Hello everyone, good afternoon. Am I audible and visible? Somebody please ping me so that I can begin with today's important session. Just hold on for a second, guys. Yes, friends, good afternoon. Am I audible and visible to all of you? So let's begin our today's short marathon session, approximately of 3.5 to 4 hours, precisely of modern Indian history. Okay. Please somebody ping me in the comment section if I'm audible and visible properly. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Hello everyone. Hi, this is Alok Ojha. Welcome to StudyIQ IAS English. So in today's session, we are going to throw light on, as you can see on the board, modern Indian history for beginners. And we are going to study important topics specifically, like many of the aspirants, those who are aspiring for 2027, 2028, they will go through certain topics of the NCERT, Tamil Nadu State Board book, Bipan Chandra. So here I'm going to cover the basics of everything. Like I'll be covering the important peasant movement, the land revenue system, the education commissions. Apart from this, important Charter Act, important Governor Generals, arrival of Europeans, then Indian National Congress and vivid aspect. Okay. Yes, Prakash ji, thank you. So here we are going to cover the things from the perspective of those aspirants, those who are beginning their preparation. So the session won't be in much depth and detail, but this is majorly for the beginners. As a part of depth and detail, I have already covered as a part of YouTube series on the channel of StudyIQ IAS English. Is that clear? So my friends, without wasting any more time, let's begin our today's important session. Okay. So my first question to you guys is, who were the first Europeans to come in India? Yes. Were it Dutch, English East India Company, French East India Company, or Portuguese? Okay. Afroz, thank you. Yes, it was Portuguese who came to India for the very first time. So now listen to me very, very carefully. Okay. So now we are studying about the arrival of Europeans, and it's a request to all of you, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Okay. Now, when the world thought that land is the milestone, at that particular point of time, Portugal and Spain, these two countries gave birth to seafarers. And these explorers and these merchants started exploring different islands in the Atlantic Ocean. They explored these islands majorly for gold, spices, and slaves. So specifically, the ruler of Portugal, King John I, he sponsored the voyages of these merchants. Now, initially the merchants, they explored one island which was referred as Quetta Islands. Okay. After King John I, okay, comes King Henry, and King Henry follows the same policy of King John I. And King Henry also supported the voyages of these merchants. Now the merchants, they explored another islands, as you can see on the board, Canaries Island, which is located off the coast of northwestern part of Africa, precisely off the coast of Morocco. Like Morocco, Algeria, Libya, Tunisia, all these places are referred as Maghreb. So initially, the merchants explored the Quetta Islands. After Quetta Islands, the merchants explored the Canaries Island. Later on, after King Henry comes King John II. And then there was a person whose name was Bartolomeo Dias. I repeat, Bartolomeo Dias. Bartolomeo Dias, he explored the entire northwestern part of Africa and the western part of Africa, and finally came to the southern tip of Africa. And this southern tip of Africa was referred as Cape of Good Hope. Clear? I'm going in a gradual step-by-step manner for easier understanding of the concept. Initially, the merchants explored the Quetta Islands. After exploring the Quetta Islands, merchants explored the Canaries Island. Then Bartolomeo Dias, he came till southern tip of Africa and explored the Cape of Good Hope. Okay. Now, there was another person whose name was Christopher Columbus. Now, Christopher Columbus, he goes to the ruler of Spain, whose name was Ferdinand. Specifically, like initially he goes to the ruler of Portugal, but the ruler of Portugal was not ready to sponsor his voyages. Then he goes to the ruler of Spain, whose name was Ferdinand. And Ferdinand was ready to sponsor the voyages of Christopher Columbus. Now, Christopher Columbus, he goes in this direction and he reaches a place called as Hispaniola Islands. I repeat, Hispaniola Island. And when he reached this Hispaniola Islands, he thought that he has reached Indies or he has reached Asia. But accidentally, he had discovered altogether a new world, which was later referred as Americas. So Christopher Columbus had discovered Americas. Okay, now let's move further. Pay attention carefully. I'll repeat the points again. Please listen to me carefully. Initially, the merchants explored the Quetta Islands, then they explored the Canaries Island. Then Bartholomew Dias, he came till southern tip of Africa, which was referred as Cape of Good Hope. Then Christopher Columbus, he explores the island specifically, which was referred as Hispaniola Islands. And accidentally, he discovered Americas. Then, on 8th July, specifically 1497, Vasco da Gama, along with the fleet of, or along with armada of 4 ships, and approximately 176 to 178 crew members left the port of Lisbon. And he reaches an island which is referred as St. Helena Islands. And when he reaches the island St. Helena Islands, here he come across with a tribe which was referred as Khoi tribe. And there were a lot of skirmishes between the Khoi tribe and the armada of Vasco da Gama. Somehow, like Vasco da Gama, he reaches till Cape of Good Hope. After reaching the Cape of Good Hope, Vasco da Gama, he crosses the Mossel Bay. And after crossing the Mossel Bay, he reaches a town called as Malindi. And Malindi, it's a town located in Kenya. Here he meets a local Gujarati merchant whose name was Abdul Majid. And Abdul Majid, he gives him the direction for India. And finally, Vasco da Gama landed on the coast of Calicut in 1498. Okay? So, I'll repeat the points again. Yes, Mabogji, EMI is available for the English batch. You can concern the management team about this. So now, pay attention carefully. Vasco da Gama, he left the port of Lisbon on 8th July 1497, along with armada of 4 ships and approximately 176 to 178 crew members. After that, Vasco da Gama came till southern tip of Africa, Cape of Good Hope. Then he crossed the Mossel Bay. After crossing the Mossel Bay, he reaches a town called as Malindi, which is located in Kenya. And from here onwards, it is said that he was guided by a local Gujarati merchant whose name was Abdul Majid. And finally, he landed on the coast of Calicut. And here, this region was being ruled by an Iradi dynasty ruler whose name was Samutri, also referred as Zamorin. Now, after Vasco da Gama, 2 years later, there was another person who came. His name was Pedro Cabral. Okay, friends? Just listen to me carefully. And please keep on noting down the important points as I've suggested you in the start of the session itself. Please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. So, after Vasco da Gama, 2 years later, around 1500 comes Pedro Cabral. And Pedro Cabral, on the way, he discovered Brazil. At that time, Brazil was referred as Island of True Cross. And Pedro Cabral, he had to meet with a lot of skirmishes with the Arabs. Okay. Now, after Pedro Cabral comes another person whose name was Francisco de Almeida. Okay. Now, when will the profit margin be high in the trade? Obviously, when you have a monopolistic control over the trade in that region, then the profit margin would be high in that region. Correct? So, for that purpose, Francisco de Almeida was sent as the first Portuguese viceroy in India. And Francisco de Almeida had adopted one policy which was referred as Blue Water Policy. Blue Water Policy simply highlights establishing a monopolistic control over the trade in Indian Ocean. Okay? So just remember one single statement, that Francisco de Almeida was known for one of the policies which was referred as Blue Water Policy. Okay. Now I'll give you one of the finest example. Like when Francisco de Almeida, he came around 1503, he came along with his son whose name was Lourenço de Almeida. And this was not at all liked by the Arabs, the ruler of Gujarat, and its governor whose name was Malik Ayaz. Then Zemorin, Republic of Ragusa, that is present-day Croatia, and the Mamluks of Egypt. So initially what happened? Initially, the region of Chol, it was being captured or attacked by the Mamluks of Egypt. And when the region of Chol was attacked by the Mamluks of Egypt, Francisco de Almeida dispatched his son Lourenço de Almeida to protect it. So Lourenço de Almeida defended that region for approximately 2 days. But after some time, he was killed. And now Francisco de Almeida, he got very infuriated. Immediately, he asked the ruler of Portugal, Manuel I, that I want additional forces. But Manuel I did not dispatch additional forces. In fact, like he dispatched another governor, Portuguese governor, whose name was Albuquerque. But now this time, Francisco de Almeida wanted to take the revenge of the death of his son Lourenço de Almeida. So as per many historians, when Albuquerque came to India, he was imprisoned in the Saint Angelo fort located in Kerala. Okay? And then in 1509, one battle was fought which was referred as Battle of Dew. The Battle of Dew was fought between the Francisco de Almeida and the combined army of Arabs, Zemorin, Republic of Ragusa or Croatia, Mamluks of Egypt, and the ruler of Gujarat. In fact, we can say the governor of Gujarat, Malik Ayaz. So Portuguese hardly had 1500 to 1800 soldiers. On the other hand, the combined army had approximately 8,000 soldiers. But still, Portuguese won the Battle of Dew. So very simple words, the Battle of Dew was in favor of whom? It was in favor of Portuguese. Okay. Then comes Albuquerque. Now Albuquerque is referred as Alfonso de Albuquerque. Now Alfonso de Albuquerque, he got Goa from Sultan of Bijapur Adil Shah. And when he got Goa, he made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. My friends, I did not say Albuquerque made Goa as the capital of Portuguese in India. I said he made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. In fact, he started the first Portuguese mint in Goa. He banned sati in the region of Goa. He asked the Portuguese officers to marry Indian girls so that they can establish permanent settlement in India. Okay? And after him comes Nino Cunha, also referred as Nuno de Cunha. He made Goa as the capital of Portuguese in India. So I'll repeat everything in very short. Pay attention carefully, listen to me patiently, and as I've told you previously itself, please have a pen and paper along with you so that you guys can note down the important points. Okay? So for the first time, Vasco da Gama, he left the port of Lisbon. He crossed the Cape of Good Hope. Then he crossed the Mossel Bay. Then he reaches a town called as Malindi, located in Kenya, where he meets a local Gujarati merchant, Abdul Majid, who guides him towards India. Finally, in 1498, Vasco da Gama landed on the coast of Calicut. And this region was being ruled by an Iradi dynasty ruler, Samutri, also referred as Zemorin. Now, after Vasco da Gama comes who? After Vasco da Gama comes Pedro Cabral. I'll tell you one more astonishing fact. Now, Pedro Cabral, he discovered Brazil on his way, which was referred as Island of True Cross. And again, Vasco da Gama comes back to India. And can you imagine, Vasco da Gama, when he came to India for the second time, he earned approximately 60 to 62 times profit just by sale in black pepper, which in Hindi is referred as Kali Mirch. Okay? Then comes Francisco de Almeida. And Francisco de Almeida, he adopted one policy which was referred as Blue Water Policy. Now, what is Blue Water Policy all about? Establishing a monopolistic control over the trade in Indian Ocean. Now, Battle of Chol and Battle of Dew was fought during the time of Francisco de Almeida. One of his son, whose name was Lourenço de Almeida, he was killed in the Battle of Chol. Then comes Albuquerque. His entire name is Alfonso de Albuquerque. And he made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. My friends, I did not say that he made Goa as the capital. He made Goa as the epicenter of Portuguese economic activities. Okay? And after that, What happened? Comes Nino de Cunha, and Nino de Cunha, he made Goa as the capital of Portuguese in India. So this was all about Portuguese. My friends, hope so the points are clear to all of you. Okay? And please do not worry about the things. Everything has been mentioned as a part of PDF or PPT. And you can download this PDF or PPT from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. I repeat the name of the Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay? Now, after Portuguese, who came to India? Yes, friends. Please remain active. And please keep the session a bit interactive, my friends. So after Portuguese, who came to India? Was it the English East India Company, French East India Company, or Dutch East India Company? Okay. My friends, it was Dutch East India Company. Yes, Isha Divine, perfect answer. It's Dutch East India Company. So now, listen to me very, very carefully. Okay? Because yes, the names are a bit tougher to remember, but I'll try to simplify that. So please pay attention carefully. Please listen to me carefully. Now let's understand about the Dutch East India Company. Yes, perfect Isha, perfect Afros. Very good. It is Dutch East India Company. Now, Netherlands or Holland initially was a colony of Spain. And after getting independence from Spain, Netherlands or Holland now has the vision to colonize India, and precisely for the spices and develop a good connection with this good connection in the spice trade. Now the problem here was Spain had imposed embargo on specifically Netherlands or Holland, or simple words, Dutch. Embargo basically means economic sanctions. Those who are going to trade with specifically Dutch, we are not going to trade with them. And all the major European ports were closed for Dutch. So initially the Dutch had a plan that they will move through the Atlantic Ocean. After crossing the Atlantic Ocean, they will come to Cape of Good Hope. And from here onwards, they will come to India and they will start trading in the Indies. Indies means the countries towards east of India. So this was the plan of Dutch. But all the ports in Europe were closed for Dutch. So Dutch had no other option but to explore for alternate trade routes. So how did the Dutch come to know about the alternate trade routes to India? Now let's go back into a bit of history. Now, there was a person whose name was Huygens van. Now Huygens van, from 1583 to 1588, he was working as he was a cartographer, he was a merchant, he was an explorer, he was a writer. So he was working as a secretary for Goa Archbishop from 1583 to 1588. And whenever Portuguese used to explore new places, they used to make the nautical maps of this. So Huygens van, when he was working as a secretary for Goa Archbishop, he copied all those nautical maps and published one book. And that book was referred as Itinerario. Okay? This book was precisely referred as Itinerario. So after publishing this book, what happened? He sold this book to the Dutch government. And now Dutch government, they actually wanted to know that, is there any potential of spices in India? Is there an actual potential of spices in Southeast Asia and Malay Archipelago? Malay Archipelago, it's a group of thousands of islands, and all these islands are known for different spices, such as clove, cardamom, black pepper, bay leaf, turmeric, mace, nutmeg, and so on. So at that particular point of time, the Dutch government, they sent one person whose name was Cornelis de Houtman. I repeat, Cornelis de Houtman, a person, he was sent along with 283 crew members to explore the region of Southeast Asia, to explore the region of Indies. And when he came to this place around 1590, this book Itinerario, it was published in 1596. This person, Cornelis de Houtman, he explored the region of Indies and Southeast Asia for spices around 1597. Okay. Now, after exploring these places, this person said, yes, India and the places to the east of India has a lot of potential in spices, and we can explore these regions. And that became the basis for formation of a company. which in the coming years was referred as Dutch East India Company. So my friends, now a new company was formed which was referred as VOC. VOC means Wearing the Oost Indies Campaign, also referred as Dutch East India Company. Now, Dutch East India Company, it is also referred as United East India Company. Why it is referred as United East India Company? Let me give you a small example. Now, there were 6 different companies that were operative in the region of Netherlands or Holland. And if all these 6 companies will trade in India, obviously nobody is going to gain the profit margin. So there was one lawyer whose name was Johan van. I repeat, a lawyer whose name was Johan van. So Johan van, he suggested that why don't we club all these 6 companies together and form one single company. So that was a very good idea. So all these 6 companies were clubbed together and formed one single company, which was referred as Wearing the Oost Indies Campaign or Dutch East India Company or United East India Company. Clear? I'll repeat the points again, my friends. So please pay attention carefully so that you can understand the points in a very crystal clear manner. Okay? So, precisely speaking, just a second. Yes. Netherlands or Holland, it was initially a colony of Spain. After getting independence from Spain, now they wanted to colonize the region of India or Indies. Now there was a person whose name was Huygens van. And Huygens van, he was working as a secretary to Goa Archbishop from 1583 to 1588. And he copied all the nautical maps and published a book which was referred as Itinerario around 1596 and sold this book to the Dutch government. Now, Dutch government actually wanted to know about the potentiality of spices in this region. So, there was a person whose name was Cornelis de Houtman. He, along with 283 crew members, started exploring Southeast Asia and Malay archipelago. And after that, he comes and he said, yes, actually this place has a lot of potential in spices and we can explore these regions. Finally, what happened? Finally, Dutch East India Company was created. But totally there were there were companies at 6 different places. Like there were companies at Amsterdam, Delft, Enkhuizen, Hoorn, Zeeland or Middelburg. So if all these 6 companies will trade in India, they will start competing with each other and nobody will get the share in the profit margin. So there was a lawyer whose name was Johan van. I repeat, Johan van. He gave a very simple suggestion that why don't we club all these 6 companies to form one single company. And this suggestion was liked by the Dutch government. And there was a company which was created which was referred as Wearing the Oost Indies Campaign or Dutch East India Company or United East India Company. Dutch East India Company, it is the first multinational company of the world. It is the first company to issue stocks. Very simple words. The Charter of Dutch East India Company completely has 46 articles. And there is one article which is referred as Article number 10. Article number 10 speaks about initial public offerings. Simple words, it is the first company of the world to issue stocks. Okay? Simple words, it is a shareholders company. And the first Governor General of the Dutch East India Company was Peter Both. Okay? Now moving ahead. Around 1605, Dutch East India Company, they came to Southeast Asia and they explored one island which was referred as Ambon Islands around Indonesia. And Dutch East India Company made Indonesia as their permanent base. In the same year, around 1605, Dutch East India Company established their factory in India as well. So the first factory of Dutch East India Company in India was at Masulipatam. I repeat, the factory was at Masulipatam. So in 1605, Dutch East India Company, they established their first factory at Indonesia, Ambon Islands. In the same year, they established their factory at Masulipatam in Andhra. Okay. And later on, they established factory at a place called as Palikat on the borders of Andhra and Tamil Nadu. With the passage of time, Dutch East India Company established their factories on the east and the west coast of India. Now, many of the historians cite different reasons for decline of Dutch East India Company. So the company which had established factories on the east and the west coast of India, what were the major reasons for decline of Dutch East India Company? Now, it was not only Dutch East India Company that was trading in India. There were different other European powers, such as Portuguese were there. English East India Company will come. Then French East India Company will come. Apart from this, there was one battle which many historians believe that it was the last nail in the coffin of Dutch East India Company. And that battle was fought in 1741, which was referred as Battle of Colachel. Now, what is Battle of Colachel all about? Now, the intentions of Dutch East India Company or Dutch East India Company with the passage of time was getting over-ambitious. And because of the over-ambitious nature of the Dutch East India Company, now they had a plan to monopolize a trade in the region of Travancore. And this was not at all liked by Maharaja of Travancore, whose name was Martanda Varmaji. So, obviously, on one hand, Dutch East India Company wants to establish their monopoly around Travancore. Martanda Varma is not allowing to establish their monopoly. So, battle between both of them became inevitable. And in 1741, one battle was fought which was referred as Battle of Colachel. In this battle, the army of specifically Martanda Varma was led by an able military commander whose name was Ramayan Dallava. Apart from this, there were expert naval divers in the army of Martanda Varmaji, and these naval divers were referred as Muvakkars. Like, let me give you a small example. These Muvakkars, they will enter into the waters in hundreds and they will capsize the entire boat, they will capsize the entire ship. So the army of the Martanda Varma, it was a very well-equipped army. Finally, in 1741, Dutch East India Company lost the battle, and we can say that the Battle of Colachel can be called as the last nail in the coffin of Dutch East India Company in India. After that, there were only certain splintered colonies of Dutch East India Company in India. Okay, like the Kannanur Fort, the fort of Jalakottan, and certain areas in the region of Bengal. Finally, they were ousted from India and they got settled in their permanent post, that is Indonesia. So my friends, this was in short about the Dutch East India Company. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. So please do remember the Battle of Colachel, which was fought in 1741. Now let's understand about the English East India Company, because English East India Company we have to understand in bit of depth and detail. And as I've told you previously, my friends, everything has been available as a part of PDF or PPT, and you can download this PDF or PPT. It's approximately the PDF of 300 pages. So you can download this PDF from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Is that clear? So let's understand about English East India Company. Now, to understand about English East India Company, as I've told you, everything has been mentioned here itself. But let me make you understand in a simplistic format. So you have to pay attention very, very carefully. English East India Company, it was created in 1600 by charter of Queen Elizabeth. And the first company's political agent was Captain William Hawkins, who came in the court of Jahangir. He stayed for a long tenure in the court of Jahangir, and in fact, Jahangir has given him the title of English Khan. But he was not given the permission to establish factory in India. Many of the historians do believe that Jahangir was made as a Mansabdar of the rank 400 in the court of, Captain William Hawkins was made as the Mansabdar with the rank of 400 in the court of Jahangir. Correct? After Captain William Hawkins comes another person whose name was Sir Thomas Roe. And Sir Thomas Roe was given the permission to establish the first factory at Surat. So English East India Company, they established their first factory at Surat around 1613. And from 1615 to 1633, English East India Company established factories on the east and the west coast of India. Like they established their factories at Agra, Ahmedabad, Broach, Masulipattnam, and many other places. Okay. Now, with the passage of time, English East India Company, they started establishing different presidencies. Like for example, for the factories that they had established in southern part of India, to govern them, they had to establish one presidencies. Then they had established many factories on the west coast of India and central part of India, and to govern that they had to establish one presidency, similarly in the northern part of India and eastern part of India. So the first presidency that was created by English East India Company in India was Madras Presidency. Okay, so please pay attention carefully. So the first presidency that was created by English East India Company was Madras Presidency. Now, as we had seen that Vijayanagar Empire, like specifically speaking Vijayanagar Empire, there were 4 dynasties that had ruled consecutively one after the other, ranging from the medieval part of India, like Sangam Dynasty, Saluva Dynasty, Tuluva Dynasty, and Aravidu Dynasty. Okay, and specifically the most important ruler was Maharaja Krishna Dev Rai of Tuluva Dynasty. But the Aravidu Dynasty ruler, his name was, precisely speaking, Damral Venkadri Nayak. And Vijayanagar Empire was on the verge of decline. So English East India Company approached Vijayanagar ruler, whose name was Damral Venkadri Nayak, and said that we want a place on lease. So a place on lease was taken from Damral Venkadri Nayak by one of the company's officer, whose name was Sir Francis Day. And later on, Fort St. George was constructed at this place, and that presidency was referred as Madras Presidency. So very simple words, the credit for creation of Madras Presidency goes to Sir Francis Day. So this is a very important fact, and I hope that you guys are noting down along with the session. So for Sir Francis Day, he gets the credit for establishing the Madras Presidency. Then second important presidency is Bombay Presidency. Like matrimonial alliances is also one of the ways to increase his power and influence. And there are many such examples in ancient India and medieval India as well. Like one of the finest example of medieval India is the policy that was adopted by Akbar. Like with the Rajputs, Akbar had adopted the policy of matrimonial alliances so that he can strengthen his power and influence. Similarly, you cannot believe that there was a Portuguese princess whose name was Catherine Braganza. Now, Portuguese Princess Catherine Braganza, she was married to Prince Charles II of England. And when she was married to Prince Charles II of England, the entire region of Bombay was given as a gift or dowry at just ₹1 to Prince Charles II. And Prince Charles II gave the entire region of Bombay to English East India Company at a rent of £10 per annum. And around 1687, Bombay was elevated to the level of presidency. So in this manner, Bombay Presidency was created. And then comes the another story of the another presidency that was referred as Bengal Presidency. Okay. Now pay attention carefully. Now what happened in the case of Bengal, how Bengal Presidency was made. So listen to me very carefully. From the time of Akbar itself, Mughal Empire, they increased their territories by leaps and bounds. And the Mughal Empire was divided into different provinces. These provinces were referred as Suba, and the head of Suba was referred as the provincial governor or Subedar. Then after Akbar, the number of provinces increased during the time of Jahangir and during the time of Shah Jahan and Aurangzeb. Okay, and in fact, the Bengal Suba, it consisted of present-day West Bengal, present-day Bangladesh, Bihar, Odisha, all these came under the Bengal Suba. And Bengal Suba was considered as the richest Suba during the time of Mughals as well, with their capital at Dhaka. Now, during the time of Shah Jahan, the Subedar or the governor of Bengal was Shah Shuja. Now, there was an officer of English East India Company whose name was William Hedges. I repeat his name, William Hedges. William Hedges, he approached Shah Shuja and said, please give us the permission to establish the factory in Bengal. Now Shah Shuja said, what are we going to get back in return? So precisely, William Hedges said that we will give you 3,000 rupees per annum and please give us a permission to establish factory at Hooghly. So English East India Company established their first factory in Bengal at Hooghly after getting the permission from Shah Shuja, who was a Subedar of Bengal Suba. So in very simple words, suppose if you have paid certain amount of money, what do you expect? There shouldn't be any kind of an obstacle in the trade. But William Hedges observed one thing, that there was a continuous interference by the Mughal officers at every checkpost. So already English East India Company had paid 3,000 rupees to Shah Shuja. Apart from this, the Mughal emperor were demanding more money at the checkpost. So William Hedges, he goes to Shah Shuja and says that there is a lot of interference by the Mughal officers and I want you to interfere. But Shah Shuja did not interfere. Now, Shah Jahan, he ruled from 1628 to 1658. And finally, Shah Jahan, he passed away in 1658. Now, Shah Jahan was succeeded by his son, whose name was Alamgir, also referred as Aurangzeb. Now, Aurangzeb, every one of us know, he is known as fundamentalistic follower of Islam. Okay? And during the time of Aurangzeb, a new governor for Bengal was appointed. His name was Shaista Khan. He was the new Subedar of Bengal Suba. Now, this person, William Hedges, he goes to Shaista Khan and says that there is a continuous interference by the Mughal officers in the working pattern of English East India Company, and I expect you guys to interfere. At this time, Shaista Khan, he did not respond to William Hedges. So now they began the fortification efforts. And this fortification effort was not at all liked by Shaista Khan. And Shaista Khan started attacking the territories of English East India Company in Bengal at different places. Like he attacked the factory of Hooghly, he attacked the factory of Kasim Bazar. Later on, he attacked the factory at Balasore, which is located in Odisha. So he attacked the factories at different places. And finally, English East India Company was ousted from Bengal. Okay? They were ousted completely from Bengal. Then comes another important person whose name was Sir Job Charnock. Now, Sir Job Charnock, he comes to Shaista Khan and requests him, please give us a permission to establish factory in Bengal. Okay, at least allow us to stay in Bengal so that we can develop a good trade perspective in Bengal. So later on, specifically 3 important places were purchased by giving the zamindari rights. Like the zamindari rights of 3 important places were purchased. That is Govindpur, Sutanuti and Kalikata by giving 1200 rupees per annum. I repeat, Govindpur, Sutanuti and Kalikata, and this was elevated to the level of a presidency, which was later on referred as Bengal Presidency. So my friends, please remember one thing, the credit for creation of Bengal Presidency goes to Sir Job Charnock. And later on, at Bengal, one fort was established which was referred as Fort William. Okay. So I repeat, the credit for creation of Madras Presidency, it goes to Sir Francis Day. Bombay, it was a kind of a matrimonial alliance wherein the Portuguese Princess Catherine Braganza, she was married to Prince Charles II of England. And the entire region of Bombay was given to him in dowry, and he gave the entire region of Bombay to English East India Company at a rent of £10 per annum. And the credit for creation of Bengal Presidency goes to Sir Job Charnock. Is that clear to all of you? Then, hope so the points are clear till here, my friends. Okay. So we have seen about this about the English East India Company in short. Is it clear? So my friends, please keep the session interactive. Now let's understand about the French East India Company. So French East India Company, how was French East India Company? What is the role of King Louis XIV of France and what plan did they actually had? So let's understand about the French East India Company as well. Okay. Yes, Anjali ji, all clear. Thank you. Yes, Impy. Okay, thank you. That's great. Now, let's understand about the precisely French East India Company. From 1643 to 1715, France was ruled by a person whose name was King Louis XIV. Okay? He was a ruler of France, and in the court of King Louis XIV, there was a very intelligent minister whose name was Colbert. Now, Colbert, he suggested to his master, King Louis XIV, that there are many European companies who are trading in India and Indies and accruing surplus amount of profit. So why don't we start trading in India? Why don't we start trading in Southeast Asia so that we can also accrue huge amount of profit? So King Louis XIV said that if all of them are trading in India, all of them are trading in Indies, all of them are trading in Southeast Asia and Malay Archipelago, what different approach are we going to follow? Do you have any alternate plan? Colbert said, yes, I have an alternate plan. So he said, what alternate plan do you have? He said that we will directly not go to India. First of all, we will traverse the entire Cape of Good Hope. From Cape of Good Hope, we will come to Madagascar. We will make Madagascar as our base and we'll start sending the ships in different directions, Southeast Asia and India. And in that manner, we will trade with India and Southeast Asia. So this plan was proposed by Colbert to King Louis XIV. And King Louis XIV, he liked this plan. And in 1664, a company was created which was referred as Campagne des Indes Orientales. I repeat, Campagne des Indes Orientales, which is also referred as French East India Company. Okay. So French East India Company, it was finally created in 1664. As per the plan, what plan did they had? They will make Madagascar as their base. After that, they will start sending their ships in different directions. They will send the ships to India. They will send their ships to Southeast Asia and so on. So initially, they made Madagascar as their base, but they could not get any substantial outcome. Okay. And in fact, there were a lot of skirmishes between the troops of French East India Company and the Portuguese, Dutch East India Company and English East India Company. Finally, there was one French officer whose name was Francis Caron. And Francis Caron, he led a naval expedition to India. And here he met the Mughal emperor at that time whose name was Aurangzeb. And around 1667, French East India Company established their first factory at Surat. Okay. 2 years later, so French East India Company, they established their first factory at Surat in India around 1667. 2 years later, they established their another factory at Masulipattnam in Andhra. Now, Masulipattnam, it was under Qutub Shahi dynasty. Now, Qutub Shahi dynasty was created after the disintegration of Bahmani Empire. And the ruler of Qutub Shahi dynasty was Abdullah Qutub Shah. So, Abdullah Qutub Shah gave the permission to French East India Company to establish their factory at Masulipattnam. Now, the director of Masulipattnam was Francois Martin. Okay. Director of Masulipattnam was Francois Martin. So Francois Martin, he thought that specifically that we want a place for our people to stay. We want a place where the families of the people who are working at Masulipattnam, where will they stay? And for that purpose, I require one more place. So later on, Pondicherry was also acquired by French East India Company. Okay. And Pondicherry, it was taken from Sher Khan Lodi, who was the governor of Valaikondapuram. So I repeat, in 1667, Francis Caron, he led a naval expedition to India. He met the Mughal emperor at that time, whose name was Aurangzeb. And they established their first factory at Surat. 2 years later, they established their another factory at Masulipattnam. And the factory at Masulipattnam was established by taking the permission from Abdullah Qutub Shah. Pondicherry, it was purchased from Sher Khan Lodi. Okay, Sher Khan Lodi, he was the governor of Valaikondapuram. But after some time, there were a lot of skirmishes going on between Dutch East India Company and French East India Company. So in 1693, Dutch East India Company had taken over Pondicherry. But in 1697, there was one treaty signed which was referred as Treaty of Ryswick. I repeat, Treaty of Ryswick. As per this treaty, specifically, Pondicherry was again given back to French East India Company. Okay, so this is majorly about the different European powers. So the first to come in India were Portuguese. After Portuguese comes Dutch East India Company, English East India Company, and French East India Company. Okay. Now, my friends, before I go with the English East India Company, the important Governor General, important Charter Acts, first of all, let me throw light on the two important battles. I have taken a complete separate session on important battles. Okay, you can go through the playlist wherein I have covered different battles such as Anglo-Carnatic, Battle of Plassey, Battle of Buxar, Third Battle of Panipat, Anglo-Mysore, Anglo-Afghan, then Anglo-Maratha, Anglo-Sikh Wars. But here, like it is also mentioned in the NCERT, it is also mentioned in Tamil Nadu State Board book. So let me throw light on two important battles. Okay, the first one is Battle of Plassey, which took place in 1757. And the second one is Battle of Buxar, which took place in 1764. Clear? So, let's understand about the Battle of Plassey and the Battle of Buxar. Just give me 1 second, guys. Just 1 minute. So, Aurangzeb, he died in 1707. And after Aurangzeb, there were a series of weak successors. So after Aurangzeb comes Bahadur Shah I. Then after Bahadur Shah I, who is there? Who comes into power? It is Farrukh Siyar. Farrukh Siyar is very important to understand. All these are series of weak Mughal successors. Farrukh Siyar. Then comes Muhammad Shah Rangila. Okay. Just give me 1 second. So during the time of Muhammad Shah Rangila, Murshid Quli Khan. I'm explaining the entire Battle of Plassey. So just wait for a minute, my friends, so that I can note down the important points and it will become quite easier for me to explain that to you guys. Okay. So Murshid Quli Khan, Shujauddin Khan, Sarfaraz Khan, Ali Vardi Khan. Now there was a person who was associated with Ali Vardi Khan whose name was Mir Zafar. Shaukat Jung and Siraj Ud-Daula. Okay. So, my friends, just listen to me very carefully so that we can understand the Battle of Plassey, which was fought in 1757 in quite depth and detail. As we had discussed previously, that right from the time of Shah Jahan, Bengal Suba was considered as the richest Suba. And during the time of Shah Jahan, Shah Shuja, he was the governor of Bengal. He was a Subedar of Bengal. And English East India Company, they took the permission from Shah Shuja to establish their first factory at Hooghly in Bengal. Now, after Shah Jahan, comes to power his son, whose name was Aurangzeb, and Aurangzeb ruled from 1658 to 1707. Okay. During the time of Aurangzeb, Shaista Khan, he becomes the governor of Bengal Suba. He becomes a Subedar of Bengal Suba. Now, precisely speaking, Aurangzeb, okay, he died in 1707. And after the death of Aurangzeb, there were series of weak Mughal successors. Majority of them were incompetent rulers and they could not have a strong control over the empire. Hence, after the death of Aurangzeb, you can observe that many of the distant governors had started declaring their independence. Example, the Nawab of Awadh, the Nizam of Hyderabad, then the Nawab of Bengal in the coming years. So all of them had started declaring their independence because of the weak Mughal successors. So after Aurangzeb comes to power Bahadur Shah I. After Bahadur Shah I comes to power Farooq Siyar, and he comes to power around 1713. Okay. So precisely speaking, he comes to power around 1713. Okay. So what happened further? Let's understand about this. Like Farooq Siyar, like during his time, just a second guys, hold on for a second. Yes. Now, Farooq Siyar. Now, English East India Company had gained so much trust of Farooq Siyar that around 1717, Farooq Siyar gave dastak or free trading passes to English East India Company. Okay. Like they were given the permission to trade in the region of Bengal without any permission. Like for example, if you have to trade in Bengal, you need not take permission from anyone. Apart from this, you need not pay any kind of duty. You need not pay any kind of taxes. And that was referred as dastak. During the time of Farooq Siyar itself, Murshid Quli Khan, he was appointed as the governor of Bengal Suba. He was appointed as a Subedar of Bengal Suba. Now, after Farooq Siyar comes to power Muhammad Shah Rangila. And Muhammad Shah Rangila, he ruled till 1748, but he was also an incompetent ruler. And during the time of Muhammad Shah Rangila as well, Murshid Quli Khan, he was the governor of Bengal Suba. So what happened? Murshid Quli Khan, he took this as an opportunity and declared himself as independent. And finally, after declaring himself as independent, he declared himself as the new Nawab of Bengal. And he shifted the capital from Dhaka to Murshidabad. Okay? He shifted the capital from Dhaka to Murshidabad. So, I'll repeat the points again. After Aurangzeb, there were series of weak Mughal successors. Like after Aurangzeb, there was Bahadur Shah I. After Bahadur Shah I was Farooq Siyar. Farooq Siyar, he became the Mughal ruler around 1713 and he had given dastak, that is free trade passes to English East India Company around 1717. Okay. During his time, Murshid Quli Khan, he was the governor or the Subedar of Bengal Suba. Now, during the time of Muhammad Shah Rangila, Murshid Quli Khan, he was again the Subedar of Bengal Suba. And Murshid Quli Khan, okay, it is believed that he declared himself as independent Nawab of Bengal. Correct? Now, after Murshid Quli Khan, it is said that he shifted the capital from Dhaka to Murshidabad. After him, the next Nawab of Bengal was his son-in-law, whose name was Shujauddin Khan. After Shujauddin Khan comes to power Sarfaraz Khan, who was a son of Murshid Quli Khan. But Sarfaraz Khan, he was completely an incompetent ruler. He could not sustain a power for a long time. And Sarfaraz Khan was killed by his own military commander, whose name was Ali Wardi Khan. Okay, my friends, please do not get confused. After Murshid Quli Khan comes to power as the next Nawab of Bengal, his son-in-law, Shujauddin Khan. After Shujauddin Khan comes to power, the Sarfaraz Khan. He was the next Nawab of Bengal. But he was not that competent ruler. And Sarfaraz Khan, he was being killed by his own military commander, whose name was Ali Wardi Khan. And Ali Wardi Khan now became the new Nawab of Bengal. Okay. Now, Ali Wardi Khan, first of all, he was worried about three things. First thing that Ali Wardi Khan was worried about was that Marathas were continuously extending their territories. Marathas were continuously following the policy of expansionism. And if you do not want Marathas to raid on your territories, if you do not want Marathas to attack on your territories, one had to pay chauth to the Marathas. Now, what is chauth all about? Chauth simply means you have to pay 1/4 of your revenue to the Marathas. Okay? If you do not want Marathas to attack on your territories. This was a simple rule. So Ali Vardi Khan was worried about this problem, first thing. Second problem Ali Vardi Khan was worried about was that this particular point of time, all the European companies had started their fortification efforts. And he very well knew that these European companies, they have done very wrong in southern part of India. Okay, and they will replicate the same thing in northern part of India, but he could not do anything. And the third problem that Ali Vardi Khan had, he did not had any successor. So these were the three problems in front of Ali Vardi Khan. So the first problem was, like he solved this first problem, like he was ready to pay Chauth to the Marathas and he requested the Marathas, please do not attack on in my territories. And secondly, apart from giving Chauth to Marathas, he also accepted to give the province of Odisha to Marathas. First thing. Second problem was, like, the European companies had started the fortification efforts, but he could not do anything because of his advancing age. And the third problem, he did not had any successor. So what happened? He had 3 daughters. Okay. Specifically, the son of the first daughter was Shaukat Jung. And the son of the eldest daughter was Shaukat Jung. The son of the youngest daughter was Siraj-ud-Daulah. And there is one more character, very, very important. His name was Mir Zafar. Mir Zafar, he was the military commander of Ali Vardi Khan. So as I've told you, Ali Vardi Khan did not had any successor. So Mir Zafar was very happy about this. Mir Zafar thought that if Ali Vardi Khan does not have any successors, obviously the next Nawab of Bengal would be me. Okay, this was the belief of Mir Zafar. But what happened? Ali Vardi Khan, he chose Siraj-ud-Daulah as the next Nawab of Bengal, who was just 21 years of age. And Siraj-ud-Daulah was a son of his youngest daughter. Okay? This was not at all liked by Mir Zafar. This was not at all liked by Shaukat Jung, the son of his eldest daughter. So, Shaukat Jung and Mir Zafar, both of them created a combined alliance. Against whom? Siraj-ud-Daulah. But Siraj-ud-Daulah, he was a very competent ruler. And in that case, Siraj-ud-Daulah, he defeated the combined army of Mir Zafar and Shaukat Jung. In fact, he had killed Shaukat Jung, and Mir Zafar, specifically speaking, like he apologized Siraj-ud-Daulah. And when he apologized Siraj-ud-Daulah, Mir Zafar was also made as the military commander for Siraj-ud-Daulah as well. Okay. So now, who is the new Nawab of Bengal? Siraj-ud-Daulah. This is a situation around 1755-1756. So, Siraj-ud-Daulah has become the new Nawab of Bengal. And Siraj-ud-Daulah observed the same thing which was observed by his maternal grandfather Ali Vardi Khan, that all the European companies had started their fortification efforts. So, Siraj-ud-Daulah immediately ordered all the European companies to dismantle their forts. Okay? And he had given the time limit of 6 months, that I want all the European companies to dismantle their forts. Immediately, Dutch East India Company, they dismantled their fort. French East India Company, they dismantled their fort. But English East India Company did not dismantle their fort. And now, Siraj-ud-Daulah, he got very infuriated, he got very angry, and he attacked Fort William in Calcutta. Okay, Fort William in Calcutta. So, when he attacked Fort William, at that time the president of Fort William was Robert Drake. Robert Drake, he fled away to Fulta Islands, which is approximately 33 kilometers from Fort William. And approximately 146 members were left in the Fort William. So these 146 members among themselves chose another president for Fort William, whose name was Holwell. But this time, Siraj-ud-Daulah was not at all in a conciliatory mood. So what did he do? In the scorching heat of summer, in the month of June, all these 146 members were confined in a small room of approximately 18 to 22 square feet. And precisely speaking, only 23 people survived. Approximately 123 died due to suffocation. And this episode, this event as a part of modern Indian history, yes, perfect Simiji, it has been recorded as Black Hole Tragedy. Okay? Now, this news spread like a wildfire in Fort St. George in Madras. Immediately, Robert Clive, he came along with a fleet of ships which was led by Admiral Watson. And a battle was fought. After the battle, Siraj-ud-Dowlah surrendered. And a treaty was signed which was referred as Treaty of Alinagar. Why it is called as Alinagar? Because Siraj-ud-Dowlah had renamed Calcutta as Alinagar. Because Ali Vardi Khan was the name of his maternal grandfather, so he had renamed Calcutta as Alinagar. So Treaty of Alinagar was signed. Now the question that arrives in the mind of every aspirant, like on one hand you are saying that specifically Siraj-ud-Dowlah was not in a conciliatory mood. On the other hand, you are saying that this person, he was ready to sign a treaty with, and he's actually signed a treaty with Robert Clive, that is Treaty of Alinagar. Why did he do that so? There was one reason. Like Ahmad Shah Abdali, after 1748, he had attacked the major parts of Delhi and northwestern part of India. And from 1748 onwards, he had conducted many raids. Okay. Now, there was a rumor that Ahmad Shah Abdali, he is going to make an alliance with the Rohillas and Nawab of Awadh, Shuja-ud-Dowlah. And all the three are going to advance towards Bengal. If Ahmad Shah Abdali and the combined alliance of these two, they advance towards Bengal, with whom, how will he fight with them? Will he fight with English East India Company, or will he fight with specifically the combined alliance of these three? Hence, he was forced to sign the Treaty of Alinagar. So this was the belief of the historians. Now, Robert Clive, he said that we want to maintain friendly relations with Siraj-ud-Dowlah. So I request Siraj-ud-Dowlah that please keep a British resident in your court. So one British resident was chosen in the court of Siraj-ud-Dowlah, whose name was William Watts. Okay, William Watts, he was chosen as a British resident in the court of Siraj-ud-Dowlah. But what was the basic hidden agenda of the Britishers? The basic hidden agenda of the Britishers was to choose the perpetual traitors. William Watts was given the responsibility, like go and find out the traitors who can betray Siraj-ud-Dowlah. So as we had seen, this person, Mir Zafar, he was ready to betray Siraj-ud-Dowlah. As we had discussed, Ali Vardi Khan, he did not had any successors, and he was a military commander for Ali Vardi Khan. He was having an eye over the throne of Nawab of Bengal, so he became one of the traitor. Other was specifically Omi Chand, Rai Durlab, all these were the traitor. And finally, later on, Britishers accused Siraj-ud-Dowlah of breaching the Treaty of Alinagar. And Battle of Plassey was fought in 1757. And Battle of Plassey, it was in favor of English East India Company. And this battle, like not Ali Vardi Khan, Siraj-ud-Dowlah lost the battle. And after the Battle of Plassey, the new Nawab of Bengal was Mir Jafar. Like he was aspiring to become the Nawab of Bengal. English East India Company made him the Nawab of Bengal. But he was nothing more than a puppet for English East India Company. And my friends, you cannot believe that, like Mir Jafar becoming the Nawab of Bengal, that completely broke the backbone of Bengal's economy at that time. Okay. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Did you understand the Battle of Plassey? Please answer in the comment section, my friends. Okay. Now let's understand. Just give me 1 minute. After Mir Zafar, Mir Qasim. Four conditions. Okay. Yes, Akash ji, very good. Simmi, very good. Anjali ji, very good. Guys, just give me 1 second and then we'll understand about the Battle of Buxar, which was fought in 1764. Okay. Mir Qasim. Administrative reforms. Then military reforms, financial reforms. As we had discussed previously, that after Battle of Plassey, which was fought in 1757, Mir Jafar was made as the new Nawab of Bengal. And Mir Jafar was nothing more than a puppet for English East India Company, and actually English East India Company wanted this itself. But my friend, Mir Jafar had promised a lot of money that he is going to pay to English East India Company. First thing. And apart from this, he had given 24 Parganas district to English East India Company. So, till October 1757, Mir Jafar had paid half the money that he had promised to English East India Company. Now, Robert Clive, he called Mir Jafar and asked him, you have already paid me half of the money. When are you going to pay rest half of the money? So, Mir Jafar said, I will pay you rest half of the money in the coming 3 years in 6 equal installments. So, Robert Clive accepted this. But Mir Jafar was very frustrated because the entire treasury of Mir Jafar was drained into the treasury of English East India Company. He was very frustrated with the English East India Company. Apart from this, there was a lot of interference by Robert Clive in the administration of Bengal. So, at this particular point of time, this person was very frustrated, and Mir Jafar, he joined hands with Dutch East India Company. And when Robert Clive comes to know about this in 1759, Dutch East India Company was defeated. Now, Robert Clive, he was being asked by, Mir Jafar was being asked by Robert Clive, on one hand, you are not paying the money. On the other hand, you are making an alliance with other European powers such as Dutch East India Company. This is not fair. In 1760, Robert Clive, who is hailed as the hero of Battle of Plassey, he went back to London. And after Robert Clive comes another person whose name was Henry Wenstratt. Now, Henry Wenstratt, he observed the papers, he observed the arrears, and after observing the arrears, he thought, like he said to Calcutta Council, that why has this person, Mir Jafar, not paid the arrear for past 3 years? He had promised that he is going to pay half of the money in coming 3 years in 6 equal installments, and why he has not paid the money? Immediately, Mir Jafar was called. Mir Jafar said, I don't have a single penny, I don't have the money, and I'm really sorry for this. Now, Henry Wenstratt was very worried about this. Who is going to pay us the money that he has promised? Okay. So, Henry Wenstratt immediately spoke to Calcutta Council. Do we have any person who can replace Mir Jafar? So, Calcutta Council said yes. There is son-in-law of Mir Jafar whose name is Mir Qasim. He can replace him as the new Nawab of Bengal. So, a secret meeting was arranged with Mir Qasim. And in front of Mir Qasim, 4 conditions were put forward. If you fulfill all these 4 conditions, we will make you the next Nawab of Bengal. Okay. The first condition is you have to pay the arrears or dues of your father-in-law. Then, second condition is you have to sponsor our expeditions in South India. Third condition is you have to cede additional territories such as Chittagong, Burdwan, and Midnapur. Okay. So, you have to cede additional territories such as Chittagong, Burdwan, and Midnapur. Third condition. And the fourth important condition, you have to share 50% of the profit in the trade of chunam. Chunam means limestone. So, all these 4 conditions were put forward in front of Mir Qasim. And Mir Qasim, he accepted all the 4 conditions. And later on, around 1760, Mir Qasim was made as the new Nawab of Bengal. Now, Mir Qasim was not an incompetent ruler like Mir Jafar. In fact, he did not want to work like as a puppet like Mir Jafar for English East India Company. So, he knew that if I don't want to work as a puppet, first thing that I need to do is I need to fulfill all the terms and conditions that I've promised to English East India Company. So, he fulfilled all the terms and conditions that he had promised to English East India Company. And after that, he came up with certain reforms. He came up with administrative reforms, military reforms, and financial reforms. So, what were the administrative reforms that were introduced by Mir Qasim? Now, If you remember, I've spoken about Mir Zafar, that Mir Zafar, why was he frustrated with the English East India Company? Because there was a lot of interference by Robert Clive, there was a lot of interference by English East India Company in the internal administration of Bengal. Reason being, Calcutta was very close to Murshidabad. It was approximately 100 to 150 kilometers. So, what did this person, Mir Qasim, do? He shifted the capital from Murshidabad to a new place, that is Munger. And it is approximately 400 to 450 kilometers from Calcutta. Okay. So, in that manner, there would be a very minimum interference by English East India Company. Then he came up with certain military reforms. Now, what kind of military reforms did he introduce? As a part of military reforms, like Armenian soldiers were included in the army of English East India, in the army of Mir Qasim, so that his army could be trained on European lines. And the third important thing, certain financial reforms were being introduced by Mir Qasim. So what were the financial reforms that were introduced by Mir Qasim? If you remember, we had discussed a while back that English East India Company were given the dastak or free passes in 1717. Correct? Like, if you have to trade in the region of Bengal, you need not take permission from anyone. You need not pay single penny as a tax. True? So, at this particular point of time, the merchants of English East India Company, the officers of English East India Company, they were misusing these dastak. And on the other hand, what about the Indian merchant? Suppose I'm a merchant. If I have to sell the cotton textile, suppose I'm a merchant from Gujarat, I have to go from Gujarat to Bengal. So at different places, I have to come across different checkposts. So I had to pay taxes at these checkposts. So these taxes were approximately 40 to 42%. So Indian merchants, on one hand, they had to pay 40 to 42% as a tax on their own land. And English East India Company, they were exempted from payment of taxes. So what did Mir Qasim do? He exempted the Indian merchants from payment of the taxes so that the Indian merchants and the European merchants could be brought on equal footing. Okay, so this was a financial reform that actually hurted the interest of English East India Company. And when it hurted the interest of English East India Company, what happened? Now, English East India Company said to Mir Qasim that this is act of hostility. You are doing something wrong. Mir Qasim hardly paid attention to this, and later on English East India Company attacked Mir Qasim. Now Mir Qasim, he fled away to a place referred as Awadh. Okay. And the Nawab of Awadh was Shuja Ud-Daula. Okay. So Shuja Ud-Daula, the Nawab of Awadh, he gave asylum to Mir Qasim. So Mir Qasim comes to know one important thing, that apart from Mir Qasim staying in Awadh, there was one more person who was given asylum by Nawab of Awadh. His name was Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. Okay. Now, why Shah Alam II he was given as the asylum in the court of Shuja Ud-Daula? There was a reason behind this. Now, I'll give you a small example. As I've told you, after the death of Aurangzeb, there were a series of weak Mughal successors. So, there was one Mughal ruler whose name was Alamgir II. Now, Alamgir II, he was being killed by his own wazir. He was being killed by his own military commander, whose name was Imadul Mulk. Okay. And when he killed his own master, he had a plan to kill the son of his master. So, Alamgir II's son was Shah Alam II. And the wazir, after killing his master, he had a plan to kill Shah Alam II. So, Shah Alam II, he had fled away and he was given the asylum by Shuja Ud-Daula. So, now, Mir Qasim, Nawab of Awadh Shuja Ud-Daula, and Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, all the three of them formed an alliance against English East India Company. Okay, and in 1764, a battle was fought which is referred as Battle of Buxar. And as a part of Battle of Buxar, it is said that English East India Company emerged victorious. Now, the most important point. After the Battle of Buxar in 1765, one treaty was signed which was referred as Treaty of Allahabad. Now, why is Treaty of Allahabad very important? Pay attention carefully. As per Treaty of Allahabad, English East India Company said to Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II that we recognize you as the Mughal Emperor. They said to Nawab of Awadh Shuja Ud-Daula that we recognize you as Nawab of Awadh. But you have to pay as a war indemnity, a war compensation of 50 lakh rupees. So a war compensation of 50 lakh rupees was taken from Nawab of Awadh, Shuja-ud-Dawla, and 26 lakh rupees was given to English East India. Sorry, 26 lakh rupees was given to Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II. Now the question that crops up in the mind of every aspirant, why did English East India Company pay 26 lakh rupees to Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II? Obviously, English East India Company is not going to do anything for free of cost. They are expecting something back in return. So what are they expecting? English East India Company, they are expecting the Diwani rights of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. So Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II had to give the Diwani rights of Bihar, Bengal and Odisha to English East India Company as a part of Treaty of Allahabad. Okay friends, so this is all about the Battle of Plassey and the Battle of Buxar. Okay, can you imagine, my friends? There's a book, Poverty and Un-British Rule in India, written by precisely Dadabhai Navroji. And in that book, it has been highlighted that within a span of 7 to 8 years, that is from 1757 to 1764, approximately 4.94 million pounds was drained out of India. Okay. So specifically, approximately 4.94 million pounds. Yes, Kamal, I have seen your class. I'm from Odisha. Okay, Kamal, since this is an English channel, I have to speak here in English because many of my friends and students here are from southern part of India, northeastern India. So I have to speak in English. Don't worry, I have covered in bilingual manner as well. Okay. If you observe the Asan history series on YouTube, you will get all my sessions there in bilingual. Okay, Kamal? So my friends, this is all about it. Is the point clear to all of you? Please answer in the comment section. Now, rather than going with Governor Generals of the company first, let's go with Important Charter Act first. Okay. First of all, we'll go with the Important Charter Acts. Okay. So we'll understand within like approximately 15 to 20 minutes, we'll understand all the important charter acts. As I've told you, my friends, specifically that I have already covered everything in depth and detail as a part of Modern Indian History series. This session is only for the beginners, those aspirants, those who are initiating their preparation. Okay. So it's StudyIQ IS, Kamal. Okay. So let's understand about the important charter acts. Now, Regulating Act 1773, just give me 1 second. Governor General of Bengal plus Executive Council of 4, Supreme Court at Calcutta. Okay. Now, listen to me very carefully. Let's understand about the Regulating Act 1773. Now, before we understand about the Regulating Act 1773, let's throw light on why was it necessary for the British government to come up with Regulating Act 1773. Okay. Right now, we have discussed the Battle of Plassey and the Battle of Buxar. After Battle of Buxar, a treaty was signed in 1765, which was referred as Treaty of Allahabad. And as per Treaty of Allahabad, English East India Company was given the Diwani rights of Bihar, Bengal and Odisha. True, they were given the Diwani rights of these places. Can you imagine? After this, English East India Company started accruing surplus amount of profit. Huge profit English East India Company they used to get. Now, precisely speaking, British government caught the glimpse of English East India Company, and British government asked the English East India Company that if you want you guys to maintain your monopoly of trade in India, you have to pay us the fees. You have to pay us the fees of 4 lakh pounds annually, to which English East India Company accepted. Okay. Then, and they paid the entire revenue from 1765 to 1770. Okay, English East India Company, they paid 4 lakh pounds per annum from 1765 to 1770. In 1771, English East India Company demanded a loan of 1 million pounds. Okay, they demanded a loan of 1 million pounds from the British government. The British government was very astonished. They were very surprised. On one hand, the officers of English East India Company are the richest officers across the world. On the other hand, they are demanding a loan of 1 million pounds. So there is something very wrong with the working pattern of English East India Company. So what happened? Now they had come up with an act in 1773, which is referred as Regulating Act 1773. Now let me tell you one more thing. English East India Company, it's a shareholders company. And approximately when English East India Company was formed, there were approximately around 125 to 250 shareholders in the company. Now, these shareholders are referred as court of proprietors. Okay? Now, if you want to become a shareholder in the company, you have to do a minimum investment of 500 pounds. It is prior to 1773. Okay. Now, obviously, these 125 to 200 to 250 shareholders cannot make the rules and regulation for the entire company. So these 125 shareholders or 250 shareholders will choose among themselves. The key word here is among themselves as a court of directors. So 24 persons were chosen as court of directors who are going to frame the rules and regulation for the entire company. Okay. Now, election for the 24 court of directors was held on annual basis. So this is the basic structure of English East India Company. Okay, I'll repeat the points again. English East India Company, it's a shareholders company. There are multiple shareholders in English East India Company. If anyone wants to become a shareholder in the company, they had to go for a minimum investment of 500 pounds. These shareholders are referred as court of proprietors. Now, these court of proprietors will choose among themselves 24 as court of directors who are going to frame rules and regulation for the entire company. Okay. Now, specifically, what happened in Regulating Act 1773? As per Regulating Act 1773, the number of court of directors were 24 itself. But precisely speaking, the court of directors election won't be held now on annual basis. The election for the court of directors will now be held once in 4 years, and that too for 1/4 of the retiring seats. So prior to 1773, elections were held on annual basis. After 1773, elections are held once in 4 years, and that too for 1/4 of the seat. That is for court of directors. Correct? Prior to 1773, if you want to become a shareholder in English East India Company, you have to make a minimum investment of 500 pounds. Now, if you have to become a shareholder in English East India Company, you have to go for a minimum investment of 1000 pounds. Is that clear? Then, as per Regulating Act 1773, as we had discussed previously, there were 3 important presidencies: Madras, Bombay, and Bengal. As per Regulating Act 1773, precisely speaking, the governor of Bombay was designated as governor of Bombay. Governor of Madras was designated as governor of Madras, but the governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. The governors of Bombay and Madras were subordinated to Governor General of Bengal. Okay? Then, as per Regulating Act 1773, Supreme Court was established at Fort William in Calcutta. And totally in the Supreme Court that was established, there was 1 Chief Justice and 3 other judges. So the first judge or the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court that was established at Fort William in Calcutta was Sir Elijah Impey. Okay, Sir Elijah Impey was the first judge of Supreme Court that was established at that time. And there was a law made that after every 20 years, the company's charter would be revised. So I'll repeat the points again in short. Pay attention carefully. So as a part of Regulating Act 1773, precisely speaking, the court of proprietors, now you have to go for a minimum investment of 1000 pounds. Number of court of directors, 24. Then The election to the Court of Directors won't be held annually. It would be held once in 4 years, and that too for 1/4 of the retiring seats. Then, as per this act, Governor of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. Supreme Court was established at Fort William in Calcutta. And precisely speaking, the first Chief Justice of the Supreme Court was Sir Elijah M. These are the important facts, and my friends, I hope that you guys are noting down these facts. Is that clear? Moving ahead. This was about Regulating Act 1773. Now let's talk about Pitt's India Act 1784. So you can understand the structure. So just give me a second. Pitt's India Act 1784. Board of Control. Please keep on noting down certain aspects along with me. Secretary of State. Also the chairman. Chancellor of Exchequer. 4 Privy Councillors. British Crown. Yes. My friends, we have discussed Regulating Act 1773. And as per Regulating Act 1773, the Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal, and Governor General of Bengal was assisted by an Executive Council consisting of 4 members. True? Now, what happened further? Now, it is believed that specifically we had seen about the Court of Directors, how the member of Court of Directors was chosen. Like English East India Company being a shareholders company, like all these multiple shareholders choose among themselves 24 as Court of Directors who are going to frame rules and regulation for the entire company. So the key word here is among themselves. True? So there is no external control over the Court of Directors. Correct? Like, let me give you a small example. Suppose if I conduct your test and there is no invigilator in the class, there's no camera in the class, and you guys choose a monitor who is going to monitor the entire test. Correct? So can we expect the test to be conducted in a fair and transparent manner? Obviously not. So similarly here, there was a rampant corruption that was going on in the company. And to regulate that corruption, Pitt's India Act 1784 had come. So at that time, the Prime Minister of Britain was William Pitts. He was the youngest Prime Minister. And precisely speaking, like at this particular point of time, Pitt's India Act 1784, a board of control above the Court of Directors was appointed to overhaul their activities. Now, board of control consisted of 6 members. All the 6 members were appointed directly by the British Crown. Clear? Now, the 6 members consisted of Secretary of State, who was a chairperson of the Board of Control. 1 was Chancellor of the Exchequer, and 4 were Privy Councillors. These were the 6 members of the Board of Control, and whose responsibility was to overhaul the activities of Court of Directors. Okay? Now, previously, Court of Directors used to decide who is going to become the Governor of Madras, who is going to become the Governor of Bombay, who is going to become the Governor General of Bengal. In fact, even now as well, the Court of Directors will decide who is going to become the Governor General of Bengal. But the advice from Board of Control is necessary. So very simple words, Board of Control, now it has political and administrative functions. And English East India Company is just confined to commercial functions. Apart from this, as we had seen previously, the Governor General of Bengal, his Executive Council consisted of 4 members previously as per Regulating Act 1773. True? Now the number of members of the Governor General's Executive Council have been reduced to 3. Okay. Out of 3, 1 could be British Commander-in-Chief of the Army directly appointed by the British Crown. So my friends, you can observe one thing. With the passage of time, the powers of English East India Company is now getting diluted. So this is nothing but Pitt's India Act 1784. So if you want to note down, I'll tell you, just note down 2 to 3 important keywords. That above the court of directors, there is a board of control. There are 6 members in the board of control, and all the 6 members of board of control are directly appointed by the British Crown. It consists of Secretary of State, that is the chairperson, Chancellor of the Exchequer, and 4 privy councillors. Okay. And second important thing that you have to remember here is that initially the Governor General of Bengal had an executive council consisting of 4 members. Now, specifically speaking, it has been reduced to 3 members. Clear? That is nothing but Pitt's India Act 1784. Now, let's move ahead. That is Charter Act 1813. Now, you have to remember 3 important things about Charter Act 1813. Prior to Charter Act 1813, there was one more charter which was referred as Charter Act 1793. And as per Charter Act 1793, English East India Company was given the monopoly to trade in India. But after some time, like it is said that the monopoly of English East India Company was ended. The reason being, Napoleon had brought hard days to the businessmen of England. And for that purpose, it was necessary to break the monopoly of English East India Company in India. So as per Charter Act 1813, monopoly of English East India Company in India was ended. But, I repeat, but it was not ended completely. Still, the monopoly of English East India Company was kept intact in terms of tea and China. Only English East India Company can trade in tea, and only English East India Company can trade with China. Then, as per Charter Act 1813, Christian missionaries were allowed to come in India and preach Christianity. And the third important aspect that you need to remember about Charter Act 1813. Now, initially, Britishers were not at all interested in educating Indians. But with the passage of time, Britishers required Indians in the lower rung of the administration. So they started taking steps for that. Like Warren Hastings, he had established one madrasa, which was referred as Calcutta Madrasa or Madrasa Aliyah. Jonathan Duncan, he had established Sanskrit College. Then Fort William College was established. So Charter Act 1813, it came up. Okay. And as per Charter Act 1813, English East India Company now decided that they are going to spend 1 lakh rupees every year for the purpose of educating the Indians. So these are the 3 important and crucial things that you have to remember about the Charter Act 1813. So what is the first thing? The monopoly of English East India Company was ended, but not completely. The monopoly was still kept intact in terms of China and tea. That is, only English East India Company can trade in tea. Only English East India Company can trade with China. Second, Christian missionaries were allowed to come in India and preach Christianity. And the third, English East India Company is now going to spend 1 lakh rupees every year for the purpose of educating Indians. Is that clear? So that is Charter Act 1833. Now, Charter Act 1813. Charter Act 1833. Now listen to me very carefully. We have covered all these acts in very depth and detail as a part of Modern Indian History series. In the start of the session itself, my friends, I've talked about this, that this session is majorly for the beginners, those who are initiating their preparation. Okay. So Charter Act 1833. As a part of Charter Act 1833, this act is also referred as St. Helena Act 1833. Now, why it is referred as St. Helena Act 1833? Because St. Helena, which is an island in southern part of Atlantic Ocean, initially it was under English East India Company. But in 1833, this island has been taken from English East India Company and it has been transferred to the British Crown. Hence, and it is done in 1833, okay? Hence, Charter Act 1833 is also referred as St. Helena Act 1833. What is the most crucial aspect that you have to remember about this act? We had seen Regulating Act 1773. As per Regulating Act 1773, there were respective governors of different presidencies. Like the Governor of Bombay was designated as Governor of Bombay. Governor of Madras was designated as Governor of Madras. And Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. But as per Charter Act 1833, Governor General of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of India. And the first Governor General of India is Lord William Bentinck. It is Bentinck. Okay. So just remember one important fact about Charter Act 1833. Governor General of Bengal will now be designated as Governor General of India. Clear? Then, one more thing. As per Charter Act 1833, Indian Law Commission was set up under the Thomas Babington Macaulay for codification of Indian laws. So just two important things that you have to remember about Charter Act 1833. Clear? Then, just remember about Charter Act 1853, one important thing, that this is considered as the last charter. Why it is considered as the last charter? Because after this, English East India Company would be liquidated. Simple words, the rule of English East India Company would be replaced by the rule of British Crown in India. Why? One of the reasons was Revolt of 1857. So, Charter Act 1853, it is considered as the last charter. And second important thing here that you have to remember is the legislative and the executive functions of Governor General's Executive Council were separated. I repeat, the legislative and the executive functions of the Governor General's Executive Council were separated as a part of Charter Act 1853. Clear? Then Government of India Act 1858. Now, as a part of Government of India Act 1858, what do we need to remember? Secretary of State, Crown. See, due to revolt of 1857, the rule of English East India Company was now liquidated and the rule of company in India was now replaced by the rule of Crown in India. Okay. Now, obviously, the Crown is not going to come to India and govern. So, there would be a representative of the Crown that is going to come to India and govern. So, as per Government of India Act 1858, Secretary of State for India is going to act as a channel of communication between British India and the British Crown or the British Parliament. And Secretary of State for India is assisted by an Executive Council consisting of 15 members. Okay. Apart from this, as per Regulating Act 1773, Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. As per Charter Act 1833, as we have seen right now, the Governor General of Bengal is designated as Governor General of India. And the first Governor General of India was Lord William Bentinck. Now, as per Government of India Act 1858, the Governor General of India will now be designated as Viceroy of India. And the first Viceroy of India was Lord Canning. I repeat, the first Viceroy of India was Lord Canning. Clear? So you have to remember 2 to 3 important aspects about Government of India Act 1858 as per specifically during the initial stage. Like the first thing is the rule of company was liquidated. The rule of company was replaced by the rule of British Crown in India. Now, British Crown had appointed Secretary of State for India, who was also the member of British Parliament. Secretary of State for India was assisted by an Executive Council consisting of 15 members. And finally, the Governor General of India was now designated as the Viceroy of India. So, the last Governor General and the first Viceroy of India was Lord Canning. Hope so the points are clear to all of you, my friends. Please answer in the comment section. Yes. Is it clear? Now let's talk about few of the important Governor Generals. Okay. So, for the next 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, Simmi, thank you. Now, next 20 to 25 minutes, we'll cover the important Governor Generals and then we'll take a short break. After the break, we are going to cover the land revenue system and so on. Okay. Now, as discussed previously, right now itself, as per Regulating Act 1773, the Governor of Bengal was now designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. Okay. Now, what are the important things that we need to remember about Lord Warren Hastings, and what kind of a questions can crop up in the examination? Okay, like I'll give you a question, like I'll give you small examples about what questions have been asked in the examinations. Like westernization of public services was laid down by, Indianization of public services was laid down by, subsidiary alliance system came up during the time of which Governor General? Then, Vellore Mutiny of 1806 took place during the time of which Governor General? So these are the different questions that have been asked in the examination previously. Okay, so pay attention carefully. Let's understand about the important Governor Generals. So Warren Hastings, he is considered as the first Governor General of Bengal. And before becoming the Governor General of Bengal, he has served the company as a clerk for approximately 23 years. Okay, now, first thing, he ended the dual system that was initiated by Robert Clive. Now, what is dual system? Suppose I am an agent of English East India Company and I have acquired particular territories. So what will I say to the ruler whose territory has been acquired? That I am giving you back the territories, but you have to give the revenue to me. So the person or the ruler, he will take care of the administration and I will take care of the finances. So I have all the powers with zero responsibility and he has no powers with all the responsibility. That kind of a system is referred as dual system, and this dual system was being initiated by Robert Clive. Okay, so Robert Clive specifically, he had come up with dual system, and this dual system was ended by Lord Warren Hastings. Apart from this, Lord Warren Hastings, he shifted the treasury from Murshidabad to Calcutta. Then he came up with a uniform tariff of 2.5%. Then during the time of Lord Warren Hastings, Calcutta Madrasa, also referred as Madrasa Aliyah, it was started. Then he came up with prepaid postage system. Then if I speak about Warren Hastings, like I have mentioned here, 2.5% of uniform tariff. Then First Anglo-Rohilla War, it was fought during the time of Warren Hastings, and Warren Hastings was the only Governor General to be impeached from his post. Simple words, he was removed from his post. I'll give you a very simple example. Like First Anglo-Rohilla War, like there were a lot many charges of corruption against Lord Warren Hastings. I'll give you an example of First Anglo-Rohilla War. Now Rohillas, they were working as a military commander for the Mughals. Like Rohillas, they have migrated from the borders of India and Afghanistan. They are Sheikh, Pathan, Pashtun, and they are known for their stature and built up. So initially they started working as Mughal commanders in the army of Mughals, but with the passage of time, the power of Mughals started declining. And Rohillas declared themselves as independent and settled in Uttar Pradesh, which is presently referred as Rohilkhand, certain areas. Okay. Now, Marathas, they attacked Rohillas, and Rohillas knew that they are not capable of tackling Marathas alone. So Rohillas, they approached their neighboring ruler, Nawab of Awadh, whose name was Shuja-ud-Dawla, for help. Shuja-ud-Dawla said, what will I get back in return? So Rohillas said that we will pay you 40 lakh rupees. Okay, so Rohillas promised 40 lakh rupees to Nawab of Awadh, Shuja-ud-Dawla. And Shuja-ud-Dawla was very happy with this. But what happened further? Let's understand. Like after some time, when the war got over, like Shuja-ud-Dawla asked, like what about the 40 lakh rupees? Rohillas denied paying the money. Now, Shuja-ud-Dawla goes to Lord Warren Hastings. And during the time of Lord Warren Hastings, First Anglo-Rohilla War was fought, and he accrued lot amount of money. Like this person, Warren Hastings, thought that English East India Company is following the policy of expansionism. It is following the policy of imperialism. Now, it is just concerned with the territories. But for gaining these territories, okay, I am getting so and so rupees. How will the English East India Company come to know about this? So there were serious charges of corruption against Warren Hastings. Like Maharaja Nand Kumar, like specifically, he was a munshi for English East India Company. And by mistake, there was a problem of 100 rupees in the accounts. And just for 100 rupees, it is said that Maharaja Nand Kumar was given the death penalty by Warren Hastings. And this can be considered as the first judicial murder in the history of modern India. Okay, so Maharaja Nand Kumar was given death penalty just for petty some problem of 100 rupees. And on the other hand, there were serious charges of corruption against Lord Warren Hastings. So what are the important things that you have to remember? First of all, he ended the dual system that was initiated by Clive. He shifted the capital from Murshidabad to Kolkata. Then, specifically, he introduced a uniform tariff of 2.5%. He started Calcutta Madrasa or Madrasa Alia. Then, Asiatic Society of Bengal was started by, or Asiatic Society of Calcutta was started by Lord Warren Hastings. And First Anglo-Rohilla War was fought during the tenure of Lord Warren Hastings. So, these are the things that you have to remember about Warren Hastings. Okay. Then, Lord Cornwallis. My friends, I have already spoken about Warren Hastings in quite depth and detail. So, let's understand about Lord Cornwallis. Lord Cornwallis is referred as blue-blooded aristocrat. Blue-blooded aristocrat does not mean that his blood was blue. It simply means that he came from a very noble family. He came from a very royal family. And my friends, you might have heard about a statement of Lord Acton. And the statement goes like, power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. If unlimited power is given to a person, 100% there is going to be misuse of that power. And at that particular point of time, specifically, district collector was the most powerful person. Why? Because district collector, apart from collecting the taxes, he was also acting as a judge in cases of revenue disputes. So as soon as Warren Hastings, he came to power, he implemented the theory of Montesquieu. Okay, Montesquieu had come up with separation of power theory. Correct. Like today we have legislature, executive and judiciary. The role of legislature is to make the law. The role of executive is to execute the law, and the role of judiciary is to interpret that law. So there's a complete separation of power. Correct. So now Lord Cornwallis, he came up with the theory of separation of power that was actually given by Montesquieu, and district collector was deprived of his judicial powers during the time of Lord Cornwallis. Lord Cornwallis, he came up with Thana and Daroga system. I repeat, Lord Cornwallis, he came up with Thana and Daroga system. Then, most important aspect, like previously, as I've told you, English East India Company, it's a shareholders company. There are multiple shareholders of the company. Suppose if I am one of the member of English East India Company and I have lot many shares in English East India Company. So just on the basis of nepotism, just on the basis of favoritism, I can suggest that this so and so person should be made as the district collector of a particular district. So and so person should be made as an SP of a particular district. So this thing was completely based on nepotism. It was completely based on favoritism. So there was no proper examination for entry into company service. But Lord Cornwallis, he had come up with examination of civil services if you want to enter into the company's service. Compulsorily, you have to crack this exam. Hence, Lord Cornwallis is also called as father of civil services. But one more thing you have to remember. He had laid down westernization of public services or westernization of civil services. Simple words, Indians were not at all allowed into civil services during the time of whom? Lord Cornwallis. Clear? Then, another important system that Lord Cornwallis had come up with, it was Zamindari system of land revenue. Now, what is Zamindari system of land revenue? As the name itself speaks, as a part of Zamindari system of land revenue, English East India Company is not going to collect the revenue directly from the farmers, directly from the cultivators, directly from the peasants. English East India Company has appointed Zamindar as a middleman. Now, this Zamindar will collect the revenue from the peasant. He will keep his commission and additional revenue he will give to English East India Company. We'll study about that in land revenue system. Don't worry about this. For now, just remember, Zamindari system of land revenue came up during the time of Lord Cornwallis. And he is the only Governor General to die in India. And the tomb of Lord Cornwallis is located at Ghazipur in Uttar Pradesh. Clear? So I'll repeat the points again. Lord Cornwallis, he is also referred as a blue-blooded aristocrat because he came from a very noble family. He came from a very royal family. Then, he came up with Thana and Daroga system. Second important thing. Third important thing, he deprived district collector of his judicial powers. He came up with Zamindari system of land revenue, which is also referred as permanent settlement. He is referred as father of civil services, and he laid down westernization of public service. Okay. So this is about Lord Cornwallis. And my friends, I hope that you guys are noting down everything. Okay. Now let's speak about Lord Arthur Richard Wellesley. Now, when it comes to Arthur Richard Wellesley, we have to remember three things. And all these three things have been asked in the examination. The first thing that you have to remember about Arthur Richard Wellesley is subsidiary alliance system. Now, what is subsidiary alliance system all about? Like, I'll give you a very simple example. Like, English East India Company not only has animosity with Marathas, English East India Company not only has animosity with Nizam of Hyderabad, or English East India Company not only has animosity with Nawab of Arcot, there is also the animosity between the Mysore Sultanate and Marathas. There is also animosity between Marathas and Nizam of Hyderabad. Correct? So, English East India Company wanted to take advantage of this situation. So, Sir Arthur Richard Wellesley, the Governor General of Bengal, he had come up with a new system which was referred as subsidiary alliance system. In fact, subsidiary alliance system was originally the idea of French governor whose name was Duplay. Now, what is subsidiary alliance system all about? Like, Marathas have animosity with whom? Nizam of Hyderabad. So, as an English East India Company, I will call Nizam of Hyderabad and say, don't worry, I will provide you protection against the Marathas. But there are certain terms and conditions that you have to accept. The first condition, you have to consider me as a paramount power and you would be called as a protected state because I am providing you the protection. Secondly, you have to cede certain part of your territories to me and my army unit would be stationed there. And the European soldiers who would be stationed there, you have to take care of the expenses. There would be a British resident in the court of the person who has accepted subsidiary alliance system. One cannot enter into any kind of a friendly treaty with any other European power without the permission of Britishers. You are free to solve your internal disputes and matters related to internal administration. So this is nothing but subsidiary alliance system. So Britishers called themselves as paramount power and the rulers who were accepting the subsidiary alliance system, they were referred as protected state. Okay. So, in very simple words, if we say that this is nothing but surrendering one's sovereignty. Like one of the clauses said that you cannot enter into any kind of a friendly alliance or any friendly treaty with any other European power without the permission of Britishers. Correct? So, this is nothing but like it is a kind of surrendering one's sovereignty. You are not independent anymore. True? So, precisely speaking, what happened here? Like hundreds of kingdoms have accepted subsidiary alliance system. And the first one to accept subsidiary alliance system was Nizam of Hyderabad. Then, second thing that we need to remember here is Lord Wellesley, he started Press Censorship Act 1799. And the basic objective of coming up with Press Censorship Act 1799 was to stop the French from publishing anything that was derogatory against the British economic interest. And the third important thing, he started Fort William College to train the newly recruited civil servants. Now, the civil servants, as I've told you, specifically Lord Cornwallis, he had started the examination of civil services, but he had laid down westernization of civil services. That is, Indians were not allowed into civil services. Now, these civil servants are recruited in London, they are trained in London, and they have to work at the grassroots level in India. So, their administrative efficiency and effectiveness is not up to the mark. Why? Because the grassroots realities of India are altogether different. The social structure, the geographical structure, then the cultural structure of India is altogether different. So what happened? Lord Arthur Richard Wellesley, he started Fort William College, and the basic objective of the Fort William College was to train the future recruited civil servants in India in the languages and customs of India. Okay. And this has been the question that has been asked in the prelims examination. What was the basic objective of the Fort William College that was established by Arthur Richard Wellesley? Clear to all of you? So, three things that you have to remember. He had come up with subsidiary alliance system. The first to accept subsidiary alliance system was Nizam of Hyderabad. Then after that, he had come up with Press Censorship Act 1799. The basic objective of the Press Censorship Act was to stop the French from publishing anything derogatory against the British economic interest. And the third thing, he started Fort William College to train the future recruited civil servants in the language and customs of India. Hope so the points are clear. Moving ahead. Sir George Barlow. Okay. My friends, I have already spoken about this, that one can download this PDF or PPT of the session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay, I'll upload this PDF or PPT immediately after the class on the Telegram channel, and you can download this from there. Now, Sir George Barlow. When it comes to the revolt, okay, so when there is a question that which is considered as the first revolt in India's freedom struggle, many of us will answer revolt of 1857. It can be considered as the first war for independence, correct? But there are two revolts which are precursor to revolt of 1857. One is Vellore Mutiny of 1806 and second one is Barakpur Mutiny of 1824. They are prior to the revolt of 1857. Now, what is Vellore Mutiny of 1806? That took place during the time of Sir George Barlow. Okay. Vellore, it's a fort in Tamil Nadu. Initially, it was a part of Vijayanagar Empire and later on, it became the part of English East India Company. Now, there was a commander-in-chief of the Vellore fort whose name was Colonel John Fancourt. Okay. And Colonel John, under him, there were two other officers whose name was John Craddock. And second officer was Lord Hodown. Okay. So, Colonel John Fancourt, he wanted to improve the soldierly appearance of the Indian soldiers. So, he immediately asked John Craddock and Lord Hodown to come up with certain steps. So, John Craddock and Lord Hodown, they came up with certain foolish steps. For example, Hindus cannot apply tilak on the forehead. Hindus cannot wear the caste mark, that is a sacred thread. Muslims cannot wear the holy cap or the holy turban. Muslims compulsorily need to shave their chin. So, all these rules and regulations were being brought in here. So, our Indian soldiers, they thought that this step has been taken by the Britishers specifically to Christianize them. Or it was considered that it is an attempt to Christianize the Indian soldiers. Okay, so this was considered by Indian soldiers in that manner. So, Colonel John Fancourt had ordered that all of them are going to stay tonight in the fort of Vellore so that tomorrow morning we'll have a field parade. During the midnight or after the midnight, the soldiers revolted and they killed many European officers and many European soldiers, including Colonel John Fancourt. Somehow, one European officer whose name was Major Coops, he ran away from Vellore Fort and he went to Fort St. George and informed everything. Immediately, the forces came under the command of Colonel Gillespie and the entire movement was suppressed. Like it is said that many of them were blown, many of them were being imprisoned, many of them were being hanged to death, many of them were being shot. And this episode, as a part of modern Indian history, is referred as Vellore Mutiny of 1806, which took place during the time of Sir George Barlow. So, my friends, what do you need to remember about Sir George Barlow? The Vellore Mutiny of 1806. Clear? Moving ahead. Lord Minto. When it comes to Lord Minto, you have to remember two things. One is Charter Act 1813, second one is Treaty of Amritsar. I have already explained about Charter Act 1813, but still I'll repeat certain points. As per Charter Act 1813, the monopoly of English East India Company was ended, but it was not ended completely. Still, the monopoly was kept intact in terms of two things, tea and China. Only English East India Company is going to trade with China and only English East India Company is going to trade in tea. Okay. Then, during the time of Lord Minto, one Treaty of Amritsar was signed. Now, let me explain you the Treaty of Amritsar all about first of all. Okay. Treaty of Amritsar, it was signed with Maharaja Ranjit Singh of Sikh Empire. Now, first of all, let me tell you how did Maharaja Ranjit Singh come to power. Like in Punjab, there were totally 12 Muslim. Okay, misl, it's an Arabic word which basically means equals. Among the 12 powerful misl, there were two important misl. One was Bhangi misl and second one was Shukar Chakia misl. Bhangi misl, they had control over Lahore and Amritsar. Lahore was the administrative capital for Bhangi misl and Amritsar was their religious capital. Okay. With the passage of time, the Shukar Chakia misl ruler, whose name was Mahasingh, he passed away. And Mahasingh, he passed away in 1792. At that time, his son Ranjit Singh Ji was just 12 years of age. But with the passage of time, Ranjit Singh Ji, he defeated the Afghan ruler Zaman Shah in 1797 and 1798. He captured Lahore from Bhangi misl. Later on, he captured Amritsar. And later on, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he declared himself as the Maharaja of Sikh Empire in 1801. And Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji, he belonged to Shukar Chakia misl. So, to the north of river Satluj, there were many territories of Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Now, as per many historians, the Treaty of Amritsar is somehow related to Treaty of Tilsit, which was signed in 1807. Now, what is Treaty of Tilsit all about? Pay attention very, very carefully. Tilsit, it's a place in Russia. So around 1807, France and Russia, they had made a combined alliance and they had come up into a treaty that we both or our combined army is going to attack the armies or territories of English East India Company in India. Okay. So at this particular point of time, after the Treaty of Tilsit, English East India Company in India now got alarmed. Suppose if France and Russia, they attack India, what will we do? And how will they attack in India? So probably, first of all, they will come through Iran, then they will enter into Afghanistan, and then they will come to Punjab. Or they can go through Iran, then they can go through Sindh, and they can come to Punjab. So why don't we do one thing? We start sending ambassadors to these places so that we can develop friendly relations with them. So one such ambassador was sent to meet Maharaja Ranjit Singh, whose name was Sir Charles Metcalfe. Okay. So Lord Minto I, he sent Sir Charles Metcalfe to meet Maharaja Ranjit Singh. And there were two major reasons: to enter into friendly treaty, and second one was English East India Company did not wanted Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji to expand beyond river Satluj, because to the south of river Satluj, all the territories belonged to English East India Company. So initially this proposal was kept by Sir Charles Metcalfe, but Maharaja Ranjit Singh did not accept this. He said that I am going to expand beyond south of river Satluj. So English East India Company, it formed alliance with small Sikh principalities. There were a lot of skirmishes after that between Maharaja Ranjit Singh and these small Sikh principalities. And finally in 1809, Maharaja Ranjit Singh, he signed a treaty of mutual friendship, which is referred as Treaty of Amritsar. As per this treaty, river Satluj acted as a boundary line between the territories of Maharaja Ranjit Singh and English East India Company. To the north of river Satluj, all the territories will belong to Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and to the south of river Satluj, all the territories belong to English East India Company. And none of them are going to encroach upon each other's territories. Plus, English East India Company has said to Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji that you can claim the region of Kashmir, Peshawar, Hazara and Multan. We are not going to occupy these regions. Okay. So this is all about Lord Minto I. So you have to remember two important things about Lord Minto I, and I hope, my friends, you guys are noting down the points. Okay. Charter Act 1813, it was passed during the tenure of Lord Minto I, and secondly, Treaty of Amritsar, it took place during the time of Lord Minto I. Next, Lord Hastings, moving ahead, just understand about Lord Amherst. I'm just focusing on the important Governor Generals, okay, friends? Right now, or a while back, we have studied that there are two important battles, that is Vellore Mutiny of 1806 and Barakpur Mutiny of 1824, which are precursors to Revolt of 1857. So Vellore Mutiny, it took place during the time of Sir George Barlow. Okay. But what about the Barakpur Mutiny? Now Barakpur Mutiny took place in 1824 during the time of Lord Amherst. So what is Barakpur Mutiny all about? Let's understand. Precisely speaking, Barrackpur Mutiny was the outcome of First Anglo-Burma War. Now, Burma, it was following the policy of expansionism. And Burma initially had a plan to capture Siam, that is Thailand. But Siam was a very good friend of China. So Burma dropped the plan of capturing Thailand or Siam. And now Burma turned its eyes towards India. And Burma had completely underestimated the power of English East India Company. So Burma, they started attacking and occupying certain parts of Manipur and Assam. And finally reached till Calcutta. At that time, the Governor General of Bengal was Lord Amherst. Lord Amherst immediately dispatched forces by land as well as sea route. My friends, I said Lord Amherst immediately dispatched the forces by land as well as sea route. And in that case, what happened? Like Burma was stopped and Burma was defeated. The conquered territories were taken back from Burma. In fact, Upper Burma was also captured. And a treaty was signed with Burma, which is referred as Treaty of Yandabu. Yandabu, it's a name of a village in Burma. Okay. So this was all about the First Anglo-Burma War, which took place during the time of Lord Amherst. But as a part of First Anglo-Burma War, what had happened? Like after the First Anglo-Burma War, there was Barrackpur Mutiny that had taken place. And what was the basic reason for Barrackpur Mutiny? The basic reason for Barrackpur Mutiny was like there are many soldiers, there were many Brahmin soldiers as a part of the army of English East India Company. Okay. And to suppress the, what we say, Burma Mutiny, these soldiers were dispatched by land as well as sea route. So at that time, specifically for the Brahmins, crossing the sea means losing the caste. So it was considered as a taboo among the Brahmins. So specifically, it was thought that they are getting Christianized. So in that case, they revolted against the Britishers. They revolted against the English East India Company. And the revolt was led by a person referred as Baba Binda. Finally, the revolt was suppressed by Sir Edward Peggott, and more than 200 soldiers were being killed, and Baba Binda, he was hanged to a peepal tree. And the place where Baba Binda, he was hanged to a peepal tree, today stands a temple. And that temple is referred as Baba Binda Mandir. And the deity of the temple is Lord Hanuman. That is Bajrangbali. Okay. So, simple words, you have to remember two things. First Anglo-Burma War followed by Treaty of Yandabu. It took place during the time of Lord Amherst. And second important thing, Barrackpur Mutiny of 1824 took place during the time of Lord Amherst. Clear? Then, Lord William Bentinck. My friends, I'll also ask you certain questions, okay? So that I can understand that how many of you are keenly listening to me, how many of you are patiently listening to me, and the most important, how many of you are noting down the important points. Clear? So, Lord William Bentinck, a very important one again. If you remember, we had seen the different charter acts. We had seen Regulating Act 1773. So, as per Regulating Act 1773, the Governor of Bengal was designated as Governor General of Bengal. And the first Governor General of Bengal was Lord Warren Hastings. Then comes Charter Act 1833, also referred as St. Helena Act. As per Charter Act 1833, the Governor General of Bengal was now designated as Governor General of India. And the first Governor General of India was Lord William Bentinck. I repeat, Lord William Bentinck, he was the first Governor General of India. When he became the Governor General, he observed that already an exchequer is running a loss of 1 million rupees. And for that purpose, he wanted to recover those losses. So if one has to recover the losses, he has to come up with certain steps. So what did he do? Like, precisely speaking, he halved the salary of every officers. He abolished the double bhatta system, which is also referred as foreign service allowance. Now, let me give you an example so that you can understand what is double bhatta system all about. Suppose I'm a soldier who is working in the army of Bengal. Okay. Now, I have been sent to Sindh for waging a war. I have been sent to Burma for waging a war. So, apart from the salary that I'm getting extra allowances. I'm getting extra incentives, and that extra allowances or that extra incentive is referred as double batta system or foreign service allowance. Okay, so double batta system or foreign service allowance, it was abolished by Lord William Bentinck. Then, precisely in the region of Malwa. Malwa, it is located in western part of Madhya Pradesh. Like Madhya Pradesh, it is divided into different geographical units. The southern part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Nimad. The northern part is referred as Chambal and Bundelkhand. The eastern part is referred as Baghelkhand, and the western part of Madhya Pradesh is referred as Malwa. And there are certain districts of Malwa such as Neemach and Mandsaur district which are known for cultivation of opium. And at that time, tea was imported from China and opium was exported to China. So initially, opium was used in China for medicinal purposes. But with the passage of time, the people of China got addicted to opium, and that became one of the most important sources of revenue for English East India Company. So, Lord William Bentinck, he imposed duty on the cultivation of opium in the region of Malwa. Okay. Now, in eastern part of India, there were socio-religious reform movements going on. Like there are certain social-religious reformers such as Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar ji, Rajaram Mohan Roy ji, Debendranath Tagore ji, Henry Vivian Deriswo. They had a belief that before getting rid of Britishers, we need to get rid of our rudimentary thoughts, customs and traditions, which is holding our society backwards. So Rajaram Mohan Roy ji at that particular point of time was campaigning against sati system. And with the efforts of Rajaram Mohan Roy, William Bentinck banned sati in the region of Goa on 4th December 1829. Okay, so I'll repeat the points again. Lord William Bentinck, he was the first Governor General of India. He abolished the double batta system, also referred as foreign service allowance. He imposed duty on the cultivation of opium in the region of Malwa. With the efforts of Rajaram Mohan Roy, Lord William Bentinck had banned sati in the region of Bengal on 4th December 1829. And another crucial aspect that you have to remember here is he started Thuggy and Dacoity Department. Now, what is Thuggy and Dacoity Department all about? Like there have been many incidents of Thuggy and banditry in the region of northern part of India. And to stop that, he started one department which was referred as Thuggy and Dacoity Department. And a special officer was appointed for this department, and the officer's name was William Henry Sleeman. I repeat, William Henry Sleeman. And precisely speaking, in a very diplomatic manner, he had controlled the Thuggy and Dacoity in this region. In fact, a new jail was created for the thugs. And this jail was created at Jabalpur. Now, in fact, such a wonderful work that was done by William Henry Sleeman, and for that purpose, there is a village named as Sleemanabad near Katni district in Madhya Pradesh. So just remember, William Henry Sleeman was the head of Thuggy and Dacoity Department, and this department was started by Lord William Bentinck. And another crucial aspect, very, very important. We had seen Lord Cornwallis, he is referred as father of civil services, and he had laid down westernization of public service. True, but William Bentinck had laid down Indianization of civil services. Now, Indians were also allowed to sit in the examination of civil services. Clear? So, there are certain points that you have to remember. I'll revise those points. If you want to note it down, please note it down. Lord William Bentinck was the first Governor General of India. He abolished double batta system. Then he banned sati in the region of Goa on 4 December 1829. He started Thuggy and Dacoity Department under William Henry Sleeman. Fifth important point, he imposed duty on the cultivation of opium in the region of Malwa. And the sixth important point here is he laid down Indianization of public services. Simple words, Indians were now allowed to sit in the civil services examination. Clear? Moving ahead. Now let's move on with another important Governor General, Lord Dalhousie. Now before Lord Dalhousie, let me talk about one more person, Lord Hardinge. Okay, let me talk about Lord Hardinge as well. See, First Anglo-Sikh War, it took place during the time of Lord Hardinge. Now, what is First Anglo-Sikh War all about? Okay. If you remember Treaty of Amritsar, that we have seen right now. Treaty of Amritsar, it was signed in 1809 during the time of Governor General of Bengal, Lord Minto I. As per Treaty of Amritsar, River Satluj acted as a boundary line between the territories of English East India Company and Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Simple words, to the north of River Satluj, all the territories belong to Maharaja Ranjit Singh, and to the south of River Satluj, all the territories belong to English East India Company. And they are not going to encroach upon each other's territories. This was decided. Okay. Now, Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji, he died in June 1839. Army of Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji was a very disciplined army. Like there were able military commanders such as Diwan Mokham Chand, Ram Dayal, Hari Singh Nalwa. Okay, then there were many able military commanders. Apart from this, his army was considered as the second strongest army after the army of English East India Company, because the army of Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji was completely trained on European lines. Like it was trained by Jean-Baptiste Ventura, it was trained by Jean-Francois Allard. Okay. But after Maharaja Ranjit Singh, there were series of weak successors. So in 1844, his minor son, who was just 4 to 5 years of age, Maharaja Duleep Singh, he became the next ruler of Sikh Empire. Okay. So during the time of Maharaja Duleep Singh, Sikh forces crossed the river Satluj and started attacking the territories of English East India Company. At that time, Lord Hardinge, he was the Governor General of India. Immediately he dispatched the forces and the battle was fought in December 1845, First Anglo-Sikh War, in which the Sikh forces were defeated. Okay. Now, precisely speaking, after the First Anglo-Sikh War, in March 1846, one treaty was signed which was referred as Treaty of Lahore. As per Treaty of Lahore, English East India Company said that we accept Maharaja Duleep Singh as the ruler of Sikh Empire. We accept Maharani Jindal Kaur as the regent for Maharaja Duleep Singh. We accept Lal Singh as the Wazir, but we are imposing certain terms and conditions of the Sikh Empire. The first term and condition for the Sikh Empire here is the infantry of the Sikh Empire cannot exceed beyond 20,000 and cavalry cannot exceed beyond 12,000. Apart from this, Sikh have to pay a war indemnity or a war compensation of 1.5 crore rupees. So Maharani Jindal Kaur was like, where can we get the 1.5 crore rupees? We can only pay you 1 crore rupees. So forcefully, Kashmir was taken away from the Sikh and it was sold to Maharaja Gulab Singh at 75 lakh rupees. So again the Sikh rebelled. And when again the Sikh rebelled, what happened? Another treaty was signed in December 1846 and this treaty was referred as Treaty of Bhairovwal. Okay. As per this treaty, Maharani Jindal Kaur, she was removed from the post of regent and she was sent as a pensioner to Banaras. And a regency council headed by Major Henry Lawrence was created. So just remember one thing, that is First Anglo-Sikh War followed by Treaty of Lahore and Treaty of Bhairovwal took place during the time of Lord Hardinge. Clear? Yes, Satyam, good evening. Now let's speak about Lord Dalhousie. When it comes to Dalhousie, the first thing that crops up our mind is doctrine of lapse system. True? So let's understand about Lord Dalhousie. Pay attention carefully. Lord Dalhousie, his original name was James Andrew Ramsay. And he can be considered as the youngest Governor General. He became the Governor General at the very young age of 36. Now, Lord Dalhousie, he had come up with many systems such as non-regulation system, guarantee system and doctrine of lapse system. Now, what is non-regulation system all about? As we have discussed previously, English East India Company is continuously extending and expanding its territories. So, whatever territories that English East India Company have acquired, what happens? For governing these territories, English East India Company has appointed a commissioner. Okay, like for example, if any territory has been acquired in northern part of India, a commissioner would be appointed for that territory. And that commissioner would be directly reporting to the governor of the respective presidency. This system is referred as non-regulation system that was initiated by Lord Dalhousie. First thing, guarantee system. Now we all know that Dalhousie, for the very first time, passenger railway started during his time. But what is guarantee system was all about? Let's understand. My friends, whatever development that has been made by the Britishers in India, it is not at all for the development of Indians initially. Although we people have got the benefit at the later stages, rather it be the development of railways, rather it be the development of what we say education system in India. Initially, it was for the development of the Britishers. Now, Britishers for the development of railways had started one system in India which was referred as guarantee system. Now, what is guarantee system all about? Like, I'll give you a very simple example. I am an investor has to invest 100 rupees in the railways in India for the next 20 years. Okay. Every year, I would be getting at least 5% interest rate on the 100 rupees that I have invested in railways in India. Okay. And after 20 years, the government is going to pay me principal amount of 100 rupees and purchase the railways from me. Very simple words. If I have invested 100 rupees for the next 20 years, I would be getting 5% interest rate. So what is the interest rate? 100 rupees. What is the principal amount? 100 rupees. So in the end, I would be getting 200 rupees for the investment that I have made. So it is minimum 5%. It would be more than 5% as well. And this system is referred as guarantee system that came up with during the time of Lord Dalhousie. The first passenger railway, it started during the time of Dalhousie. Okay, it was from Boribandar to Thane, which covered an approximate distance of 33 to 34 kilometers. It had 3 locomotives, Sindh, Sultan and Sahib, 14 carriages with a carrying capacity of 400 passengers. Okay, then another important system that we have to remember about Lord Dalhousie was a doctrine of lapse system. Now, what is doctrine of lapse system all about? As per doctrine of lapse system, okay, any ruler who does not have a legal male heir, his territories would be annexed by the Britishers. I repeat, any ruler who does not have a legal male heir, his territories would be annexed by the Britishers. Adopted child won't be considered as the legal male heir. And many such places were being, annexed on the pretext of doctrine of lapse. As a part of revolt of 1857, I'll give you an example of Rani Lakshmi Bai as well. Okay, so there you will understand this point. So, Lord Dalhousie, he had annexed Satara, Jaipur, Udaipur, Sambalpur, Jhansi, Nagpur. In fact, under the pretext of doctrine of lapse, they had also annexed Awadh. My friends, in fact, the ruler of Awadh, his name was Nawab Wajid Ali Shah. He had a legal male heir whose name was Brigis Qadir. But Awadh was annexed on the pretext of misrule and maladministration, that you are unable to manage the region of Awadh properly. Hence, we are annexing this region. This highlights simply the pro-imperialistic approach that was followed by the Britishers. Then, Shimla became the summer capital of India during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Lord Dalhousie had come up with Public Works Department. During the time of Lord Dalhousie, the first Education Commission came. Annexation of Lower Burma, it took place during the time of Lord Dalhousie. And Second Anglo-Sikh War, it took place during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Okay, so I'll repeat the points again within short. Pay attention carefully, listen to me carefully, because I'm going to ask you a few questions for the next 2 minutes. So you have to listen to me patiently, friends. Okay, so Lord Dalhousie, precisely speaking, he's the youngest Governor General. His name is James Andre Ramsay. He became the Governor General at the age of 36. He started non-regulation system, that is appointing a commissioner for a newly acquired territory. He started guarantee system. Guarantee system is for the development of railways in India. First passenger railway came up from Boribandar to Thane, which covered an approximate distance of 33 to 34 kilometers during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Then he started doctrine of lapse system. As per this system, a ruler who does not have a legal male heir, his territories would be annexed by the Britishers. Then he shifted, Shimla was made as a summer capital of India during the time of Lord Dalhousie. Apart from this, Public Works Department was initiated or started by Lord Dalhousie. First Education Commission under the chairmanship of Sir Charles Wood came up during the time of Lord Dalhousie? So these are the important things. Yes, one more thing. First telegraph line from Calcutta to Agra, it came up during the time of Dalhousie. I repeat, first telegraph line. Is the point clear to all of you? Yes, guys, please answer in the comment section. Okay, we have already seen the Charter Acts. Now let's throw light on Zamindari system, land revenue system. Okay, shall we go for a quick question and answer round? Let me ask you the first question. Okay, my first question, yes, very good, Simmi. My first question is, who was the Governor General who had laid down Indianization of public services? Fast. Who was the Governor General who had laid down Indianization of public services? Very good, Anjali. Very good, Simi. I have spoken about civil services. My question is, who had laid down Indianization of public service? It's 5:30. We'll take a short break around 6 o'clock. Okay. It's 5:37. So around 6 o'clock, we'll take a short break after completing the land revenue system. And we'll try to cover the development of press. It is Lord William Bentinck who had laid down the Indianization of public services. Okay, next question. Which Governor General, during the tenure of which Governor General, Vellore Mutiny of 1806 took place? I'll be asking 3 questions only. Okay, so during the tenure of which Governor General, the Vellore Mutiny of 1806 took place? Fast. It is Sir George Barlow. Okay. And the last question is very simple one. And the question is, which Governor General came up with subsidiary alliance system? I repeat, which Governor General came up with subsidiary alliance system? In fact, the subsidiary alliance system was originally the idea of French Governor Dupleix. Cornwallis, the answer for the previous one, it is he had laid down westernization of public service, Simi, not Indianization. My friend's subsidiary alliance system, it came, like this system was brought by Arthur Richard Wellesley. Okay. So by now we have seen Portuguese, Dutch, English East India Company, French East India Company. Then we have seen about the Battle of Plassey, Battle of Buxar, important Charter Act, important Governor Generals. Okay. Now let's throw light on the land revenue system for the next 10 minutes, and then we'll throw light on education commissions and so on. Now, what is Zamindari system of land revenue all about? What is Raitwari system of land revenue all about? What is Mehelwari system of land revenue all about? So let's understand this in short. Okay. Just give me 1 minute. Now, yes, very good. Afroz, Anjali, perfect answer. Very good. During the time of Mughal Empire, what happened? Now, specifically speaking, the entire empire was divided into different provinces. And these provinces were referred as Suba. And the head of the Suba was Subedar. Okay. Now, these Subedar, precisely speaking, now they were given the responsibility for maintenance of law and administration in the entire province. Now, these Subedar, they used to appoint Diwan, who was responsible for collection of land revenue at the provincial level. Now, obviously, the Diwan is not going to go from village to village. He cannot go from door to door to collect the taxes. So, what will Diwan do? Diwan, he has appointed Zamindar in the village who is going to collect the taxes from individual peasants in the village. Then he will keep his commission and then he will give the money to Diwan. Diwan will give the money to Subedar. So this was a system that was prevalent, land revenue system that was prevalent during the time of Mughals. Same system was adopted by Britishers. So as a part of Zamindari system, what happens here? Zamindar is acting as a middleman between company on one side and the peasant or cultivator on the other side. Simple words, Zamindar will collect the revenue from the farmer. Then he will keep his commission and give the revenue to the company. 89% of the revenue went to English East India Company. Now this system is also referred as sunset law. This system is also referred as permanent settlement. Now why this system is called as sunset law? This system is called as sunset law because English East India Company believed in fixed rate and fixed date. At this particular date, we want this much amount of money. And we are not going to collect the revenue from individual farmer, we will collect the revenue from Zamindar. And if Zamindar is unable to pay the revenue on this particular date, we will transfer the Zamindari rights of this Zamindar to some other Zamindar. Okay? So they were just concerned with fixed rate and fixed date. So at this particular date, before the sunset, we want this much amount of money. Hence it is called as sunset law. This system is also called as decennial settlement or permanent settlement. Now, why Zamindari system of land revenue is called as permanent settlement? There's a reason behind that. For next 1 decade, that is for the next 10 years, the taxes are fixed. Suppose I'm a farmer, I have to pay 100 rupees as a tax to the government. Okay? In that case, suppose if I have to pay 100 rupees as a tax to the government, I have earned 150 rupees. I paid 100 rupees to the government. Next year, I have earned 180 rupees. Still, I'll pay 100 rupees to the government. Next to next year, I have earned 300 rupees. Still, I will pay 100 rupees as a tax to the government. So the taxes here are fixed for the next 1 decade. And Zamindari system of land revenue, it covered approximately 19% of British India and it came up during the time of Lord Cornwallis. Zamindari system is referred as permanent settlement. It is referred as Istemarari, it is referred as Malguzari, it is referred as Jagirdari, it is referred as Biswedari. So it is known by different names. So my friends, what is the benefit or what are the merits of Zamindari system and what are the demerits of Zamindari system? Okay. If I speak about the merits of Zamindari system, in very simple words, suppose I'm a farmer. I know that I have to pay 100 rupees as a tax on annual basis. So my mind is fixed that compulsorily I have to pay 100 rupees as a tax to the government at any cost. So whatever extra money that I am earning, I can reinvest that money back into my land so that I can replenish the fertility of my soil. True? That is one of the major merit of Zamindari system. But what is the major demerit of Zamindari system? Pay attention carefully and try and understand this. Suppose I have earned 150 rupees. Out of 150 rupees, I have paid 100 rupees as a tax to English East India Company. 50 rupees is left. So what should be the proper distribution of the 50 rupees? Zamindar should keep 10 rupees and 40 rupees I'll keep. But the case is exactly the reverse. Zamindar will keep 40 rupees and I would be given 10 rupees. Suppose I have earned 180 rupees. I have paid 100 rupees as a tax. 80 rupees is left. 70 rupees would be kept by Zamindar. I would be given 10 rupees. So here, Zamindar used to exploit the peasants a lot. So this was one of the major flaw of Zamindari system. Another important flaw of Zamindari system was, suppose I am a farmer, I have 2 acres of land and in my neighbor there's another farmer who also has 2 acres of land. On my 2 acres of land, I produce 10 quintals of wheat and I pay 100 rupees as a tax to the government. On the other hand, my neighbor on his 2 acres of land, he produces 6 quintals of wheat. Okay. And in that case, he's also paying 100 rupees to the government. So isn't this a kind of injustice towards him? Obviously, yes. Why? Because here the taxes should not be collected on the basis of the quantity of the land. The taxes should be collected on the basis of the actual production. The taxes should be collected on the basis of quality of the soil. True? So the major thing here, this is the major flaw of zamindari system of land revenue. So this is in short about zamindari system. Now let's understand in short about rayatwari system of land revenue and mehalwari system of land revenue. Okay. So what is rayatwari settlement all about? Let's understand. Now, rayatwari system of land revenue, it came up during the time of Lord Hastings. But the genesis of rayatwari system of land revenue, it goes back to the time of Sher Shah Suri. Correct? Like, I'll give you an example. The foundation of Mughal Empire, it was being laid down by Babur. And after Babur comes to power his son Humayun. Humayun, it's a Persian word which basically means fortunate enough. But unfortunately, Humayun was considered as the most unfortunate ruler of the entire Mughal Empire. And during the time of Humayun, there was a political vacuum of approximately 15 years from the side of Mughals. That is from 1540 to 1555. Okay, because there was a rule of Sur dynasty. And the rule of Sur dynasty was being established by Farid, also referred as Farid Khan, also referred as Sher Khan, also referred as Sher Shah Suri. So apart from the policies of expansionism that he had followed, he had also come up with different reforms for the farmers. Like what did this person do? Sher Shah Suri directly, he did not collected the revenue from the peasants on the basis of quantity of the land. In fact, he had categorized the land into three categories: good, then average and bad. The land which was fertile, the taxes on the fertile land was high. The land which was average, the taxes on the average land was also average. And the land which was completely barren, the taxes on the barren land was very minimum. In the coming years, the same system was being adopted by Mughal Emperor Akbar. And during the time of Akbar, the land was categorized into four categories: Polaj, Parauti, Chachar and Banjar. Polaj was highly fertile land, and the taxes on the Polaj land was very high. Okay, like it was a land or like which was cultivation on this land was throughout the year. Then comes Parauti. Cultivation on this kind of a land was specifically once within a year. Then Chachar, the production is once within 2 years or once within 3 years. And Banjar, it's an infertile land. So the peasants were taxed accordingly on the basis of the land they had. The same system was adopted by Britishers in India as a part of Rayatwari system. Now, Rayatwari system of land revenue, it came up during the time of Lord Hastings, but it was implemented by Thomas Munro and Captain Reeds in Madras Presidency. Okay, Thomas Munro and Captain Reeds in Madras Presidency and Elphiston in Bombay Presidency. This system is also referred as Munro system. So, what happened as per this system? Let's understand. Okay. My friends, we had discussed previously that as a part of Zamindari system, English East India Company, they directly did not collect the revenue from the farmers or peasants. They had appointed Zamindar. Now, Zamindar used to collect the revenue from the farmers or the cultivators. He used to keep his commission, and after that, the further money, it was given to whom? The further money was given to the specifically company. True? Now, as a part of Rayatwari system, here, what did the Britishers do? They have classified the land into three categories: good, average and bad. The land which was highly fertile, they had to pay approximately 60 to 66% as a tax. The land which was average, they had to pay 50 to 55% as a tax. And the land which was completely barren had to pay 40 to 45% tax. Can you imagine barren land? 40 to 45% tax, and this is less as per Britishers. Okay, so precisely speaking, the taxes were very high. And here, English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the peasants. Now, suppose I am a farmer and I am unable to pay the revenue to the company. What will the company do? Company will seize my land. And as a peasant, as a cultivator, as a farmer, my land is the most important asset that I have. So what like here, whom will I go to? I will go to the money lender. I will go to the sahukar and I will take a loan from the money lender. And now money lender is charging exorbitant interest rate on the loans that I've taken from him. So as a part of Rayatwari system of land revenue, our peasants are duly exploited. How the peasants are duly exploited? If the peasant is unable to pay the land revenue to the company will seize his land. If the peasant is unable to pay the what we say interest rate and the loan on time to the money lender, he will seize the land. So as a part of Rayatwari system of land revenue, the peasants are duly exploited. Okay. Specifically speaking, Rayatwari system of land revenue, it covered approximately 51% of British India. Clear? Then comes Mehalwari system of land revenue. And what is Mehalwari system of land revenue all about? As a part of Mehalwari system of land revenue, it came up during the time of Lord William Bentinck. As we have seen, Lord William Bentinck, he is the first Governor General of India. And during his time, Britishers had come up with Mehalwari system of land revenue. Now here, in Zamindar system, Zamindar acted as a middleman. In Rayatwari system, English East India Company directly collected from the peasant. Now what happens as a part of Mehalwari system? English East India Company as a part of Mehalwari system is not going to collect the revenue from single peasant, but they will collect the revenue from the entire village, which was referred as Mahal. Okay. Now, precisely speaking, suppose this is a village. In this village, there are 100 peasants. Somebody has 1 acre of land, somebody has 3 acres of land, somebody has 5 acres of land, somebody has 2 acres of land. And on the basis of the production, the taxes would be collected by the head of the village. And the head of the village was referred as Lambardar. Okay. So as a part of Mehalwari system of land revenue, English East India Company will not collect the revenue from individual peasant, but it will collect the revenue from the entire village, referred as entire Mahal. Clear? Now, the head of the village, who was referred as Lambardar, he will collect the revenue from individual peasants on the basis of fertility of the soil, on the basis of production. And after that, what will happen? After that, precisely speaking, the taxes would be given to the company. So, Mehalwari system of land revenue is also called as modified zamindari, or it is also referred as mix of zamindari plus rayatwari. Why it is called as mix of zamindari plus rayatwari? Because Lambardar, he is collecting the taxes from individual peasants. So he is playing the role of zamindar, and the taxes are collected on the basis of production. So that is a feature of rayatwari system. So Mehalwari system of land revenue, it is a mix of zamindari system plus rayatwari system. This system is also referred as modified zamindari, and it covers approximately 30% of British India. It came up during the time of Lord William Bentinck, and it was implemented by Holt Mackenzie and R.M. Bird. I repeat, it was implemented by Holt Mackenzie and R.M. Bird. Okay. Hope so the points are clear, my friends, to all of you. So this is all about the Zamindari system of land revenue and Rayatwari system of land revenue. Okay. So my friends, will take a short break now. Okay. We'll take a short break of 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll continue for 1 hour. We'll understand the peasant movement, the education, and the revolt of 1857. Is that clear, everyone? So just take a short break of 10 to 15 minutes. Yes, friends, regathered everyone. Yes, Anu SP, good evening. So we'll continue for one more hour and then I'll stop my words. So let's throw light on peasant movement. And before I go with the peasant movement, let me ask a few questions to you guys. My first question is, Zamindari system of land revenue came up during the time of whom? Yes. I repeat, Zamindari system of land revenue came up during the time of which Governor General? It was during the time of Lord Cornwallis. Okay. Second question. Mehelwari system of land revenue, as we had seen recently, it came up during the time of whom? Okay. My friends, now as a part of peasant movements, we are going to throw light on three important movements. The first one is Indigo agitation of Bengal. Second one will throw light on Khidan Badoli Satyagraha. Third one will throw light on Champaran Satyagraha. Okay. So now let's understand about the Indigo agitation of Bengal, which took place immediately after the revolt of 1857. Okay. So what is Indigo agitation of Bengal all about? Let's understand. See, agriculture is majorly of two types. One is subsistence agriculture and second one is commercialized agriculture. As the name suggests, suppose if I'm a farmer, as a part of subsistence agriculture, I will cultivate only those crops which are important for sustaining my livelihood. Okay, such as pulses, wheat, rice, and so on. But as a part of commercialized agriculture, as the name itself speaks, I will cultivate those crops which are high in demand in the national as well as international market. Tobacco, poppy, opium, sugarcane, cotton, indigo, all these are commercial crops. Okay. So now indigo, it's a crop which can be cultivated in subtropical countries and India is one among them. So when Britishers came to India, when they started commercial cultivation of indigo, they forced the peasants of Bengal specifically to cultivate indigo under two systems. One system was Nij system and the second system was Rayati system. Now, Nij system basically means Britishers or European planters cultivated indigo on the lands that they owned or hired. That was Nij system. And then comes the Rayati system. As a part of Rayati system, Britishers cultivated Britishers forced the peasants or ryots to cultivate indigo compulsory on 25% of their land. Okay. Suppose I am a peasant, if I have 10 bighas of land, I was forced to cultivate indigo compulsory on 2.5 bighas of my land. So that is Rayati system all about. Okay. So you have to cultivate Neel or you have to cultivate indigo on 25% of your land. Suppose as a farmer I say that I don't have the money for cultivation of indigo. Britishers will say, don't worry about this. We will provide you loans for cultivation of indigo. And that loan was referred as Dedon. Okay. So with the passage of time, many of the peasants, they got indebted. And in the coming years, peasants refused to cultivate indigo. Then people attacked indigo factories, women joined the movement, and the leadership base to the peasants was being provided by Digambar Biswas and Vishnucharan Biswas. In fact, newspapers also played a very major role in highlighting or sensitizing the plight of the peasants. And the newspaper that highlighted the plight of the peasant was Hindu Patriot newspaper. In fact, this was a question asked in the UPSC examination. There is a play dedicated to indigo agitation of Bengal, and that play is referred as Neel Darpan. Neel Darpan, this play was written by Deen Bandhu Mitra. Okay, so please remember Deen Bandhu Mitra and specifically Digambar Biswas and Vishnucharan Biswas. So I'll repeat the points again. As a part of indigo agitation of Bengal, peasants were forced to cultivate indigo on 25% of their land. Okay. In the coming years, peasants refused to cultivate indigo, and the plight of the peasants was highlighted by the newspapers such as Hindu Patriot, and a play written on indigo agitation of Bengal was Neel Darpan, written by Deen Bandhu Mitra. Then we will throw light on Deccan Riots. Now let me throw light on Deccan Riots as well. Now, Deccan riots, it took place in 1875, and as per many historians, Deccan riots is also linked to American Civil War. How? Let's understand. In the region of Deccan, there was Rayatwari system of land revenue. And we had seen what is the most important feature of Rayatwari system of land revenue. As a part of Rayatwari system of land revenue, like English East India Company directly collected the revenue from the farmers. They directly collected the revenue from the peasants. Okay. And in that case, what happens? Like if the peasants are unable to pay the revenue to the English East India Company, English East India Company will seize their land. And for a farmer, for a cultivator, his land is the most important asset that he has. So his land shouldn't get seized. So what does he do? The peasant or the farmer, he will go to money lender and he will take loan from the money lender. And money lenders are going to charge exorbitant interest rates on the loans that they provide. Correct? Now, in the region of Deccan, like specifically, there was American Civil War, precisely in America, and the demand for cotton in that region, it declined. So Britain used to import cotton from America as well. But due to American Civil War, the demand for cotton declined. So Britishers said to the peasants in the region of Deccan that you cultivate cotton, and for that purpose, we will pay you high prices, and that too before the harvest of the cotton. So the peasants of Deccan, they were already indebted. So they thought that this is the time that, or this is a opportunity for us to come out of indebtedness. So what did they do? They took the loans from money lenders. After taking the loans from money lenders, they started cultivation of cotton. And when the cotton was ready for the harvest, Britishers said that if you have to sell this cotton at a petty price, then you can sell this. Otherwise, we are not going to purchase it. On the other hand, the situation in America got normalized, and there was end of American Civil War, and they revived the purchase of cotton from America. Now, at this time, the peasants in the region of Deccan, they got a bit of violent. And they started attacking the, specifically the English East India Company's factories. They revolted against the money lenders in the village, and the revolt began from Supa village in Pune. With the passage of time, it spread to other districts or other regions of Maharashtra such as Satara, Ahmednagar and Nasik district. Then the police help was sought to suppress the revolt. Police was unable to suppress the revolt. In fact, like the zamindars and moneylenders, their houses were being attacked. Then the bonds and decrees were burnt. There was a social boycott of moneylenders. Police help was sought. Police was unable to suppress the revolt. Then army help was sought. Finally, Deccan Agriculturist Relief Act was passed, and this is nothing but the Deccan Riots of 1875. In fact, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, it played like it is one of the pre-Congress organizations from Maharashtra. Pune Sarvajanik Sabha of M.G. Ranade, it played a very major role in supporting the peasants and making the people aware about the plight of the peasants. So this is about the Deccan Riots of 1875. Another important movement or peasant movement recorded in the books of history is Champaran Satyagraha. And my friends, every one of us is aware about the Champaran Satyagraha initiated by M.K. Gandhi. Now, before I throw light on Champaran Satyagraha, let me speak in short about M.K. Gandhi. Like M.K. Gandhi was born on 2nd October 1869 at a place called as Porbandar in Gujarat. At a very young age, he was married. And after that, he goes to London to complete his degree in law. He was introduced to Bhagavad Gita for the very first time in London. And after completing his degree in law, he had the option either to register himself at the Bar Council in London and practice as a lawyer, or work as a legal advisor for the company of Dada Abdullah or Sheikh Abdullah. Okay. So he chose the second option, that he'll work as a legal advisor for the company of Dada Abdullah or Sheikh Abdullah. And M.K. Gandhi, who was given the first class railway compartment ticket. As soon as he reaches the station called as Peter Maritzburg near Durban, he was thrown out of the first class railway compartment. So he was very much surprised. He was very much astonished. And he asked Dada Abdullah or Sheikh Abdullah that, was this a kind of a special treatment that was given to me? Or is this the condition of every Indian and Asian living in South Africa? He comes to know that this is the condition of every Indian and Asians living in South Africa. Like for example, if I'm a person living in South Africa, like I was living in a very derogatory condition. If I have to purchase a bread from a nearby shop, I have to carry a passport size of document along with me to reveal my identity. Apart from this, suppose like if I cannot use a footpath that is being used by the Englishman, then suppose if Englishman is passing by, forget about bowing down, I have to kneel down in front of him. That was the condition of, just hold on. So that was a condition of every Asians and Indians living in South Africa. Okay. So the condition was very derogatory at that particular point of time. So MK Gandhi, he thought that like he is going to raise the voice of Asians and Indians living in South Africa. And for the very first time, he coined the term Satyagraha in South Africa, not in India. I repeat, he coined the term Satyagraha in South Africa, not in India. In fact, he had coined the term Satyagraha in his newspaper, Indian Opinion. Okay. Then he started Natal Indian Congress. In fact, many of the, if I ask you a question, which was the first session to be attended by MK Gandhi, or which was the first session of Indian National Congress to be attended by MK Gandhi? Majority of you will say 1924 session. My friends, 1924 session was a session to be presided by MK Gandhi. It was held at Belgaum in Karnataka. In fact, the session of 1901, which was held in Calcutta, was the first session to be attended by MK Gandhi. Okay. And in 1910, MK Gandhi had written a book called as Hind Swaraj. Like when he was coming to India, he was coming on a ship referred as Kildonan Castle. And when he was coming on the ship to India, he wrote a book just within 10 days, and that book was referred as Hind Swaraj. Finally, MK Gandhi came to India in 1915, and his political guru was Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji. And Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji suggested MK Gandhi that directly do not enter into the mainstream Indian politics. First of all, tour the entire India and try to understand the grassroots realities of India, and then enter into the mainstream Indian politics. Okay. So he got this opportunity in 1917 as a part of Champaran Satyagraha, wherein the local peasant or a local farmer of Champaran in Bihar, whose name was Rajkumar Shukla ji, invited MK Gandhi to Champaran. MK Gandhi, along with Dr. J.B. Kriplani, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Mazharullah, Mahadev Desai, he went to Champaran. And the district collector of the Champaran at that time was Hecock. Okay. So as a part of Champaran, he observed that the peasants were forced to cultivate indigo under Teen Kathya system. And as a part of Teen Kathya system, peasants were forced to cultivate indigo on 3/20th part of their land. Compulsory. So MK Gandhi, he went to Champaran. Initially, he was stopped by the district collector of Champaran, Hecock, but later on he was allowed entry into Champaran. And finally, Champaran Agrarian Committee was formed. And when Champaran Agrarian Committee was formed, MK Gandhi himself was one of the members of the committee. Okay. And precisely speaking, what happened when MK Gandhi himself was one of the members of the committee? Finally, the Teen Kathya system was completely abolished. That is Champaran Satyagraha all about. Okay. Now, let's throw light on Kheda Satyagraha and Badoli Satyagraha, and then we'll move on with the different education commission and the role of press. Points are clear till here, friends? Okay. See, Kheda, it's a taluka in Gujarat, and here there was a huge famine. And that famine was referred as Chappaniya Akal. Chappaniya, it's a Hindi word. Chappan means 56. It has affected the 56 regions. And many people died due to starvation. Many people died due to epidemics such as cholera and jaundice. So at that particular point of time, approximately 17,000 people had lost their life. In such a situation, what should be the ethical and moral responsibility of the government? First thing is mitigation and rehabilitation. Correct? First of all, take out the peasants from that situation. And secondly, their livelihood has been disturbed. So, provide a proper livelihood or alternate employment opportunities or occupation to the peasants. But in such a situation, the British government, in an unethical manner, they increase the taxes by 23%. The peasants are unable to pay the original taxes. How can the peasants pay the increased taxes when there is a huge famine in the region of Kheda? So, there emerged a leader whose name was Vallabhbhai Patel ji. I have used the word Vallabhbhai Patel ji, not Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji, Because by now Vallabhbhai Patelji was not given the title of Sardar. In fact, he was given the title of Sardar in the coming years later on. Okay. So here the taxes were being increased by 23%. And under the leadership of Vallabhbhai Patelji, what happened? No revenue campaign was launched. I repeat, a no revenue campaign was launched under the leadership of Vallabhbhai Patelji. And as a part of no revenue campaign, what had happened? As a part of this campaign, it is said that M.K. Gandhi, he provided the moral support to this movement. And finally, the taxes for this year and the next year, they were being cancelled. So just remember, the Kheda Satyagraha, one of the most important leaders was Vallabhbhai Patelji, then Narhari Parikh, Mohanlal Pandya, Ravi Shankar Vyas, and the spiritual base for the movement was provided by M.K. Gandhi. The taxes were increased by 23% and in the end, the taxes were completely cancelled. Clear? Let's move on to Bardoli Satyagraha. Now, what happened as a part of Bardoli Satyagraha? Let's understand. Bardoli, again, it's a taluka in Gujarat. And here it was continuously hit by floods and famines after 1924 itself. So, as we have discussed, what is the ethical and the moral responsibility of the government in such a case? The ethical and the moral responsibility of the government in such a case is to cancel the taxes. But here, the government increased the taxes by 22 to 30%. Okay, the book Spectrum highlights it's 30%, certain books highlights it's 22%. So, under the leadership of Vallabhbhai Patel, first of all, 13 chhavnis or 13 camps were established. And the basic responsibility of these chhavnis, the basic responsibility of these camps was to go for mitigation and rehabilitation efforts. In fact, women of Bardoli actively participated in the Satyagraha and the no revenue campaign was launched. Okay. In fact, as a part of Bardoli Satyagraha, Vallabhbhai Patelji was given the title of Sardar by women of Bardoli. Okay. Hindu, Muslim and Parsi peasants, all of them participated in this movement. And finally, what happened? The government did not increase the taxes by 22%, but increased the taxes by 6.03%. So, to analyze the demands of the peasants, government had formed one committee, commission, which was referred as Maxwell-Broomfield Commission. I repeat, Maxwell-Broomfield Commission. It was created by the government specifically to realize the demands of the peasants. Okay. So, taxes was not increased by 22%, the taxes was increased by 6.03%. So, if I ask you what is the major difference between the Bardoli Satyagraha and the Kheda Satyagraha. So, in Kheda Satyagraha, both the Satyagraha took place in Gujarat. The leaders of both the Satyagraha was Vallabhbhai Patelji and the spiritual support was being provided by M.K. Gandhi. But as a part of Kheda Satyagraha, the taxes were increased by 23%. And in the end, finally, the taxes were completely cancelled. But as a part of Bardoli Satyagraha, the taxes were increased by 22 to 30%. And later on, after the creation of Maxwell-Broomfield Commission, taxes were only increased by 6.03%. Is that clear to all of you? Moving ahead. So this was about the major peasant movements. Now let's throw light on the development of modern education. Is it clear till here? Please answer in the comment section. Hope so the points are clear to all of you. Okay. Now let's understand about the growth of modern education. Okay. See. As we have discussed previously, initially English East India Company was not at all interested in educating the Indians. But later on, they required Indians in the lower rung of the administration. And for that purpose, they now realize that it is necessary to educate the Indians. And the first step here was taken by the first Governor General of Bengal, Lord Warren Hastings. Lord Warren Hastings, he had started one madarsa, which was referred as Calcutta Madarsa or Madarsa Aliyah. Okay. Later on, Sir Jonathan Duncan, he had established Sanskrit College. And finally, Fort William College was set up by Lord Arthur Richard Wellesley. As we had seen, What was the basic objective of setting up a Fort William College? The basic objective here was, like, initially the civil servants were recruited in London, they were trained in London, and they had to work at the grassroots level in India. So their practical utility, or we can say their effectiveness or efficiency, was not up to the mark. So in that case, what happened? For that purpose, it is believed that Fort William College was created in India so that the future recruited civil servants could be trained in the language and customs of India. Okay. So for that purpose, Fort William College was created. And later on, government had come up with an act which was referred as Charter Act 1813. As per Charter Act 1813, government had decided that they are going to spend 1 lakh rupees every year for the purpose of educating Indians. True? Now the question arises, how do we educate the Indians? And there crops up a huge controversy, and that controversy is referred as Anglicist Orientalist controversy. Okay? Like, I'll repeat the points again. Initially, the government was not at all interested in educating the Indians. Later on, Calcutta Madrasa or Madrasa Alia, it was established by Lord Warren Hastings. Then after that, Sanskrit College was established by Sir Jonathan Duncan. Then Fort William College was established by Sir Arthur Richard Wellesley. Okay? And after that, government comes up with Charter Act 1813, as per which they decide that they are going to spend 1 lakh rupees every year for purpose of educating Indians. Now the question arrives, how to educate the Indians, and there crops up a controversy which was referred as Anglicist Orientalist controversy. Now from the name itself we can understand, like, Anglicists, they believe that we will educate the Indians in English language. And they had a belief that we want Indians by blood and color of their skin, but by their manners, morals and etiquette, they should be complete Englishmen. On the other hand, Orientalists had a very different belief. Orientalists had a belief that initially we will educate the Indians in vernacular language, in their mother tongue, but with the passage of time, we will educate the Indians in English language. That is, the higher studies would be in English language. So that kind of a controversy is referred as Anglicist Orientalist controversy. So the Anglicist viewpoint, it was supported by W.W. Bird, Bushby, Colwyn, and the Orientalist viewpoint, it was supported by James and Henry Prinsep. Finally, Thomas Babington Macaulay, he supported Anglicist viewpoint because he believed in something called as downward filtration theory. Okay. Now, what is downward filtration theory all about? Anglicists believe that it is not necessary to educate every Indian. We will only educate the higher echelons of the society. And the people of the higher echelons of the society, when they will interact with the people at the grassroots level, automatically the education will flow down. Okay. So this was referred as downward filtration theory. And precisely speaking, like, Anglicist viewpoint was based on downward filtration theory. And for the first time during the time of Lord Dalhousie, Wood's dispatch, it came in 1854, which was considered as the first education commission. Clear? Now, my friends, I'll tell you about the system of primary education that was prevalent in India prior to the Britishers. You would be very astonished to know about this. See, like, when Britishers, they had to come up with a proper education setup in India. Now, these Britishers, they wanted to conduct a survey, and they had conducted a survey around 1826, 1828 in Madras Presidency. So from Ganjam district in Odisha to the entire southern part of India, they had conducted one survey, and literally everyone was astonished by the survey that they had conducted. As per the survey, in southern part of India, there were 12,498 primary school. There was one primary school for every 1,000 population. Apart from this, in these primary schools, 64 to 65% of the students, they came from the downtrodden section of the society. And Brahmins and Kshatriyas, there were approximately 32 to 34%. Okay. Apart from this, these schools were referred as Gurukul. They were referred as Pathshalas. And like, right from the time of ancient India and medieval Indian history, like 35% of the land belonged to the temple. And whatever money came into the temple, that was utilized for basically for running these Gurukul, running these Pathshalas. Apart from teachings Vedas and Upanishad, the students were also taught basic calculations. Okay. And it was a custom precisely in southern part of India that after every or fifth year, fifth month and fifth day, a child would be going to the school. Okay. And the girl child, she was educated way back at home. Now, Britishers, they wanted to hide this report because this system was very much well developed in comparison to the primary education that was prevalent way back in London. Okay, like what is the concept of school all about? I'll give you a small example. Like whenever the workers in London, they used to go to plantation field, whenever they used to go to industries, they used to leave their children in a room. And the person who was not competent enough, or the person who was not that who did not had that kind of a physical abilities to work in the plantation fields or industries, they used to teach these students. Okay, and from here there emerged a concept of school. And the primary education here in India was much better than that was prevalent in London. In fact, this was highlighted by M.K. Gandhi in second round table conference, that the policies of the Britishers are responsible for destroying the primary education setup in India. Okay, so that was one part of the story. So now let's understand about Wood's Dispatch and what was the basic purpose of the Wood's Dispatch. Now, Wood's Dispatch, it is referred as Magna Carta of English Education in India, and it was drafted by Sir Charles Wood. Okay, now what is Wood's Dispatch all about? Let me give you a small example. Like right now, I've spoken about the downward filtration theory, which was supported by Anglicist. Now, downward filtration theory basically suggests that it is not necessary to educate every section of the society. We will just educate the higher echelons of the society, and the people of higher echelons of the society are going to interact with the people at the grassroots level, and automatically the education will flow down. True? But as per Wood's Dispatch, they completely rejected the downward filtration theory, and education needs to be given to all. Correct? Any socio-religious reform movement, like rather it be Raja Ram Mohan Roy ji, Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar ji, Jyotiba Phule ji, Savitribai Phule ji, Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji, all of them focused on the education of women. Correct? Because education is the only key for overall upliftment. Because if a person is educated, he becomes economically empowered. When he becomes economically empowered, he becomes socially uplifted. When he becomes socially uplifted, he automatically becomes politically uplifted. So education is the key for overall empowerment. So Wood's Dispatch, they focused on female education. They focused on vocational education and teachers training. In fact, teachers should also be provided proper training how to teach. Okay. Then, as a part of the recommendations of Wood's Dispatch, it is said that there should be one government school in every district, and there should be education department in every province. And all the government schools in the district, in different districts, are going to report to the education department in the province on annual basis. Okay. Apart from this, it is said that on the recommendations of Wood's Dispatch, 3 universities were established on the models of London University. That is Bombay University, Calcutta University, and Madras University. So if you have to remember the crux of the entire Wood's Dispatch, the crux of the entire Wood's Dispatch stands in these 2 statements. Like Wood's Dispatch, they completely rejected the downward filtration theory, and they said that we are going to educate all of them. They laid stress on female education, vocational training, and teachers training. Is that clear? And on the recommendation of these Wood's Dispatch, 3 universities were established: Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, on the lines of London University. Then comes Hunter Commission. Now, you have to remember only one single statement as a part of Hunter Commission. The basic objective of the Hunter Commission was to understand that are the recommendation given by Wood's Dispatch implemented at the grassroots level properly or not. So this was one of the basic objectives of the Hunter Commission. And apart from the education system, they also focused on specifically focus on physical and moral education. So Hunter Commission, they also focused on physical and moral education. And on the recommendations of Hunter Commission, two new universities were created, Punjab and Allahabad universities. Okay, moving ahead. Rayleigh Commission. Now, Rayleigh Commission, it is related to Education Commission. It was created in 1901 by Lord Curzon. It was the same Lord Curzon who was known for his policy of divide and rule. We'll understand about that in Swadeshi movement. So, precisely speaking, Rayleigh Commission, it was heavily criticized commission. I'll give you a very simple example. Suppose if you're preparing for civil services or if you're initiating your civil services preparation, what will you do first? First of all, you will go through the syllabus. Secondly, you will go through the basic NCERTs of respective subjects. Okay? Or you will go through the basic books of the respective subjects. That is the main thing that you'll do. And then you will start approaching your preparation through your reference book. True? That is a proper process through which one should approach the civil services. Correct? So, if you have to make an improvement in the education system, first of all, we need to focus at the grassroots level education system. We need to focus on the primary education setup. We need to focus on the secondary education setup. True? On the other hand, Thomas Rayleigh Commission, they completely focused on higher education. They completely focused on the education at the university level and they completely ignored the primary and secondary education. And in fact, initially there was only one single Indian member, that is Syed Hussain Belgrami. Later on, Gurdas Banerjee, who was a judge of Calcutta High Court, he was also added as a member of Rayleigh Commission. Okay. So, it came up with an act which is referred as Indian University Act 1904. And it was, Rayleigh Commission was heavily criticized by Gopal Krishna Gokhale. And he called this as a retrograde measure. Means this act has come, or this commission was created by even giving a single thought. Okay. Sadler Commission, just remember one word about Sadler Commission. The basic objective of the Sadler Commission was to review the working of Calcutta University. I repeat, the basic objective was to review the working of Calcutta University. Then Hartog Committee. So please keep on remembering or noting down the important recommendation given by different commissions. I'll repeat the points again within short. Please pay attention carefully. Charles Wood, they completely rejected the downward filtration theory. They laid stress on female education, vocational training and teachers training. Then Charles Wood, 3 universities were being created on their recommendation. Calcutta, Bombay and Madras University. Then comes Hunter Commission. The basic objective of the Hunter Commission was to review the working of the recommendation given by Sir Charles Wood. They also focused on physical and moral education, and secondly, Punjab and Allahabad University were created on the recommendation of Hunter Commission. Okay. Then moving ahead, apart from this, if we speak upon other commission, that is Rayleigh Commission. Rayleigh Commission was heavily criticized commission because Rayleigh Commission, they completely neglected, they completely ignored the primary and secondary education and they focused completely on higher education. So it was criticized by Gopal Krishna Gokhale ji as a retrograde measure. Sadler Commission, the basic objective of Sadler Commission was to review the working of Calcutta University. And now comes Hartog Committee. Now Hartog Committee, it was created by Simon Commission. It was appointed by Simon Commission. Now let me give you a small example. Britishers had come up with an act which was referred as Government of India Act 1919, also referred as Montego-Chelmsford Reforms. Because Montego was Secretary of State for India and Chelmsford was Viceroy of India. And as a part of Montego-Chelmsford reform, there was one clause, and that clause was after 10 years or after 1 decade, we will come up with a commission that will review the working of the entire Government of India Act 1919. So the commission came in 1927. It was referred as Simon Commission. It was heavily criticized commission because all the members of the Simon Commission were complete Englishmen. It was an all-white commission. Okay, like Sir John Simon, then Clement Attlee, Edward Cadogan, then all of them were complete Englishmen. Okay, Donald Howard. So wherever the Simon Commission went, it was greeted with black flags throughout India and the slogans were being raised, Simon, go back. Pune, Bombay, Lucknow, Vijayawada, Punjab, it was greeted everywhere with the black flags. So Simon Commission, to review the working of education setup, they created a committee which was referred as Hartog Committee. And Hartog committee was headed by Sir Philip Hartog, who was a vice chancellor of Dhaka University. Now, here, Philip Hartog, they gave certain recommendation. Like Philip Hartog, they focused majorly on primary and secondary education. And after analyzing the setup of primary and secondary education in India, they gave a recommendation, rather than going for multiplication of schools, we need to go for consolidation of schools and quality of education. There is no point in increasing more number of schools until and unless you are able to provide quality education. So your major emphasis or you need to throw light more on quality education. Apart from this, they focused on education of women and, the most important, education of minorities and the backward classes. Okay. My friends, if you observe majority of the socio-religious reform movements, they focus on the education of backwards and minorities as well. Like for example, self-respect movement, whose leader was E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar, also referred as Periyar. Ezava movement, then the movement that was initiated by Jyotiba Phule and Savitribai Phule. In fact, they started the first girls' school at Pune. So there is a focus on education of minorities and backward classes. And as discussed previously, education is the key for overall upliftment. Correct? And finally comes Nai Talim. Just remember one thing about Nai Talim or Varda scheme of education. Nai Talim or Varda scheme of education, it is related to M.K. Gandhi. So this was about the development of education in British India. Okay. Now for the next 5 minutes, let me throw light on development of press in India, wherein we are going to throw major light on Vernacular Press Act 1878. Hope so the points regarding Education Commission is clear to all of you. My friends, in the start of the session itself, I've talked about this. Here, I'm just going to throw light just from the perspective of beginners. In depth and detail, I have already covered the entire modern Indian history. So those aspirants, those who are new to the platform, it's a request to all of you, you can go through the playlist of StudyIQ, wherein I have covered all the subjects in depth and detail, ancient, medieval, modern Indian history. Clear? So let's understand about the development of press in India. And one more thing, you can download the PDF of this session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. I repeat the name of the Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay. Now, as we had seen, Lord Arthur Richard Wellesley, he had come up with Press Censorship Act. And the basic objective of the Press Censorship Act was to stop the French from publishing anything derogatory against the British economic interest. Then comes Licensing Regulation 1823. Now, what was the basic objective of Licensing Regulation 1823? Okay. Like Rajaram Mohan Roy, he is called as bridge between the past and the future, bridge between the East and the West, father of Indian Renaissance, father of Bengal Renaissance. So there were different socio-religious reformers who believed in one simple aspect, that before getting rid of Britishers, first of all, we need to get rid of our rudimentary thoughts, customs and traditions that is holding our society backwards. Okay. So they used newspaper as a medium, they used journals as a medium, they used pamphlets as a medium to sensitize the masses. Correct? Like rather it be Rajaram Mohan Roy ji, who's referred as pioneer of journalism, or Pandit Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar ji, Pandita Ramabai ji, anybody else. Correct? So along with the passage of time, along with highlighting the different aspects that was prevailing in our society, they also highlighted the exploitative character of the British rule in India. So now Britishers, they came up with an act which was referred as Licensing Regulation 1823. As per this act, anybody who wants to start a newspaper, journal, publication, they compulsorily need to take a license. Press without license was considered as a penal offense. And Rajaram Mohan Roy's Persian magazine Mirat-ul-Akbar had to stop the publications as per Licensing Regulation 1823. Another important person, his name was Sir Charles Metcalfe. You have to remember about Sir Charles Metcalfe, that he is referred as liberator of press in India. And another and the most important Press Act is referred as Vernacular Press Act 1878, double star. Okay. Now, what is Vernacular Press Act 1878 all about? Pay attention carefully, because apart from highlighting the conceptual part, I will also highlight the factual part. And factual part, I'll tell you what are the important things that you have to remember. In fact, I have given a list of, or I have given table of approximately 60 to 70 newspapers, their editors and so on. Okay. So, Vernacular Press Act, as the name suggests, you can guess this act is dedicated, or this act is against Indian newspapers. So around 1820s, there were approximately, or 1830s we can say, there were approximately 10 to 15 English newspapers or 20 English newspapers and hardly 2 to 3 vernacular newspaper. But after 1850s or 1860s, the number of vernacular newspaper increased by leaps and bounds. There are more than 200 vernacular newspaper and only 15 to 20 English newspapers. And apart from highlighting the different social evils that are prevalent in the society, these vernacular newspapers are also highlighting the exploitative character of the British rule in India. Okay. And for that purpose, Britishers had come up with Vernacular Press Act 1878. Now, who had come up with Vernacular Press Act 1878? It came up during the time of Lord Lytton. Suppose if you have to start your newspaper, first of all, compulsorily you need to take a license. Whether to give you the license or not, it is completely the discretionary power of the government. First thing. Second important aspect, apart from getting the license, you have to keep a certain amount as a security deposit with the government. And if the government feels that you have published anything derogatory against their interest, the security deposit will be forfeited. And whatever press commissioner report would be prepared, the district magistrate decision would be final. You cannot appeal in the court of law. Okay. So license was compulsory. Whether to give you the license or not, it was completely the discretionary power of the government. Apart from this, you have to keep a security deposit with the government. And if the government feels that if you have published something derogatory against their interest, your security deposit is liable to be forfeited. Plus, press property can be confiscated. On the basis of Vernacular Press Act 1878, 4 leading newspapers of that time had to stop their publications. And these newspapers were Som Prakash, Dakka Prakash, Bharat Mihir and Samachar. I repeat, Som Prakash, Dakka Prakash, Bharat Mihir and Samachar. These were the 4 leading newspapers of that time that had to stop the publications as per Vernacular Press Act 1878. In fact, to escape the Vernacular Press Act, there was one newspaper which overnight became an English newspaper. And it was Amrit Bazar Patrika. My friends, Amrit Bazar Patrika of Shishir Kumar Ghosh, it had played a very major role in sensitizing the masses as a part of Swadeshi movement. So just remember the name of the 4 newspapers: Som Prakash, Dakka Prakash, Bharat Mihir and Samachar. They had to stop their publications. And one newspaper, Amrit Bazar Patrika, overnight became an English newspaper. Clear to all of you? So these are the important acts, newspaper. And my friends, here I have mentioned a table of important newspapers. And as I've told you, you can download the PDF of this session from my Telegram channel, history_Alok Ojha. Okay. And specifically speaking, everything you'll get. Like for example, there could be a probable factual question in the examination. Samvad Kaumadi, the newspaper of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Miratul Akbar, Persian magazine of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Rast Goftar of Dada Bhai Navroji, who was a moderate leader, also referred as the Grand Old Man of India. Then another one, Indian Mirror, Devendranath Tagore, Tehzeeb ul Akhlaq Sir Syed Ahmad Khan, Kesari and Maratha. All these are the 2 important newspapers of Bal Gangadhar Tilakji, who was the extremist leader of Indian National Congress. Okay. Then Indian Opinion, one of the most important newspaper of M.K. Gandhi. Then as we had seen, Indian Opinion, one of the newspaper of M.K. Gandhi. Then Young India, another newspaper of M.K. Gandhi. Harijan, another newspaper of M.K. Gandhi. New India and Young India, please do not get confused. Young India was a newspaper of M.K. Gandhi. New India was a newspaper of Annie Besant. Okay. Then all are the newspaper. This is not Chronide, my friends. It's a typing mistake. It's Chronicle. Chronicle, it's a newspaper of Firoz Shah Mehta ji, who was a moderate leader and is also referred as Lion of Bombay. Okay. So these are the newspapers that you have to go through. Like Commonweal, it's a newspaper of Annie Besant. So New India and Commonweal, these are the newspaper of Annie Besant. In fact, New India and Commonweal, these are the newspapers that were being used as a tool for sensitizing the masses during the Home Rule League movement by Annie Besant. Okay. Now let's throw light on revolt of 1857 for the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's understand about the revolt of 1857. Now, my friends, economic, administrative and political, religious, and immediate cause. See, like if we read the book Spectrum, or if we read the book Placidity to Partition by Shekhar Bandyopadhyay, or if we read the book Bipan Chandra for Modern Indian History, we come to know about revolt of 1857 as an immediate cause, that mixing of bone dust and specifically introduction of a new rifle which was referred as Queen's Enfield rifle. But my friends, revolt of 1857 is not just due to one single cause. It is due to amalgamation of different factors. Different factors are responsible for revolt of 1857. Okay? Like, let me talk about that. Like, for example, economic causes. Every section of Indian society, rather it be merchants, artisans, peasants, farmers, every one of them were completely frustrated by the policies of the Britishers. Correct? The land revenue system, rather it be zamindari system, rayatwari system or mehelwari system, the peasants were completely exploited. As a part of zamindari system, 89% of the revenue went to the English East India Company. As a part of rayatwari system, the land revenue was way back exorbitant. Although Britishers said that we are categorizing the land on the basis of the quality of the soil, but the land which was very fertile, they had to pay 60 to 66% of the tax. The land which was average had to pay 50 to 55% of the tax, and the land which was completely barren, they had to pay 40 to 45% as a tax. Barren land. Can you imagine? So, like here, the taxes were 40 to 45%. Same in mehelwari system, the average taxes that was collected from the peasant was 60 to 66%. So, every peasant, every farmer, merchants and artisans, they were completely exploited by the policies of the Britishers. Okay? This was an economic cause. Political and administrative causes, if I see, doctrine of lapse system. As a part of doctrine of lapse system, any ruler who does not have a legal male heir, his territories would be annexed by the Britishers. Correct? Adopted child won't be considered as a legal male heir. In fact, the ruler of Awadh, whose name was Nawab Wajid Ali Shah, he had a legal male heir whose name was British Qadir. But still, Awadh was annexed on the pretext of misrule and maladministration. Why? Because this simply highlights the policy of pro-imperialistic approach that was adopted by the Britishers. Apart from this, subsidiary alliance system. So, as a part of subsidiary alliance system that was introduced by Arthur Richard Wellesley, we had seen that Indian states were referred as protected states and the Britishers were referred as paramount power. As a part of subsidiary alliance system, you cannot enter into any friendly alliance or any friendly treaty with any other European power without the permission of the Britishers. In simple words, that is nothing but surrendering one's sovereignty. So, there were different administrative causes. If I speak about the religious causes, Christian missionaries were allowed to come in India and preach Christianity. And in the name of preaching Christianity, there was forceful conversion into Christianity. Apart from this, Britishers had come up with one act which was referred as the Religious Disabilities Act 1850. As per this act, if you want your ancestral property or if you want to inherit your ancestral property, compulsorily you need to accept Christianity. Otherwise, you cannot inherit your ancestral property. So this was nothing but a step for forceful conversion into Christianity. So that was a kind of a religious causes. Apart from this, there were personal causes of different rulers involved as well. For example, cause of Nana Sahib Peshwa. Now, Nana Sahib Peshwa was the adopted son of Peshwa Bajirao II. His father used to get an annual pension of 8 lakh rupees. After his death, Britishers stopped the payment of pensions to Nana Sahib Peshwa. So Nana Sahib Peshwa sent one of his friend whose name was Azimullah Khan to meet and negotiate with the British Crown. Forget about negotiating. Britishers said that directly, we are not going to pay you single penny as a pension from now onwards. Do whatever you wish to. And apart from this, there was an immediate cause, that is mixing of bone dust and bone dust in atta or flour, plus introduction of a new rifle which was referred as Queen's Enfield rifle. Now that rifle had a cartridge and that cartridge needs to be bitten off by teeth. And as per many historians, that cartridge had a coating of pig and cow fat. Pig is considered as taboo among Muslim and cow is considered as sacred among Hindus. So now this rifle came from Meerut to Behrampur. Behrampur, it is located in Bengal. And it was introduced in the 19th Bengal Infantry. The soldiers of 19th Bengal Infantry refused to accept these greased cartridges. The entire unit was disbanded, the entire unit was court-martialed. And the General Greg Anson, to pacify the soldiers, he said that I will conduct a temporary inquiry on this. Okay, for time being, I am stopping the use of these grease cartridges. But the news, it spread like a wildfire. And there was a soldier of 34th Bengal Infantry whose name was Mangal Pandeji. Mangal Pandeji, he went on a rampage. He started whipping out different European soldiers, different European officers, and in fact, in that, he was supported by another person whose name was Isrul Pandeji. Finally, on 8th April, Isrul Pandeji and Mangal Pandeji, both of them were being arrested and trial was conducted against them. Finally, on 8th April 1857, Mangal Pandeji, he became the first martyr of Mother India as a part of revolt of 1857. On 11th April 1857, Isrul Pandeji, he became the second martyr of Mother India as a part of revolt of 1857. And the martyrhood of Mangal Pandeji and Isrul Pandeji spread like a wildfire in the entire northern part of India. And 85 sepoys from the region of Meerut gave the slogan of Dilli Chalo. And they started moving towards Delhi. On the way to Delhi, they killed many European officers such as Lieutenant Willoughby, Simon Fraser. All of them were being killed. And finally, when these sepoys reached Delhi, they declared Bahadur Shah Zafar as the face of revolt of 1857. And Bahadur Shah Zafar by now was 82 years of age. Okay, so precisely speaking, Bahadur Shah Zafar, he was 82 years of age. And after that, Bahadur Shah Zafar chose General Bakht Khan as a representative or the leader of the revolt of 1857. And Bahadur Shah Zafar had taken into captivation 52 European soldiers. And the soldiers who had reached from Meerut, they had killed these 52 European soldiers. And after this, Britishers adopted a very brutal policy of suppression. Now, one event, which is one of the most important events as a part of revolt of 1857, that was Sati Chaura Ghat massacre, also referred as Bibi Ghar massacre. Now, what is Sati Chaura Ghat massacre or Bibi Ghar massacre all about? Now, these European families, they thought that first of all, we have to keep our families safe. Okay. And they came in Kanpur, and near the Kanpur, there was a church near Sati Chaura Ghat. More than 200 European families were staying in the church. And in that case, Nana Sahib Peshwa, who had led the revolt of 1857 from Kanpur, comes to know about this. Nana Sahib Peshwa, along with 2,500 to 3,000 soldiers, he reached Sati Chaura Ghat. And at that time, the district collector of Kanpur was Charles Hillerston. He said Nana Sahib Peshwa that it is an issue between you and English East India Company. And I promise you that, like specifically, I will raise your voice with English East India Company, but please allow a safe passage to the European families. So initially Nana Sahib Peshwa accepted, but as soon as these European families started moving towards the boats that was moving towards Allahabad, the soldiers of Nana Sahib Peshwa started attacking whom? The European families. And more than 200 European families, women, children, the elderly people, they were being killed and massacred. And this event as a part of revolt of 1857 is referred as Sati Chaura Ghat massacre or Bibi Ghar massacre. And after this, my friends, Britishers had adopted a very, very, very brutal policy of suppression. So this was nothing but, in short, about the cause and the course of revolt of 1857. Now, usually there are questions in the UPSC examination regarding who had led the revolt of 1857 from which place. Correct? So you might have heard about this, like Bahadur Shah Zafar. He had led the revolt of 1857 from the region of Delhi. Okay. Like if I speak about Bahadur Shah Zafar, in very short, like Bahadur Shah Zafar, like when revolt of, like he became the ruler at the age of 62, and during the time of revolt of 1857, he was 82 years of age. So on his behalf, General Bakht Khan, he was his military commander, he had led the revolt of 1857. And Bahadur Shah Zafar, during his time, 52 European soldiers were killed by Indian sepoys. And after that, Bahadur Shah Zafar, along with his wife Zeenat Mahal, they escaped from Red Fort and they were hiding in Humayun's tomb. And immediately British officers came and they were searching for Bahadur Shah Zafar, but they could not find Bahadur Shah Zafar in the Red Fort. They go towards Humayun's tomb. And now the question comes here, who told the British officers that Bahadur Shah Zafar and Zeenat Mahal are hiding in the Humayun's tomb? So it was the personal physician of Bahadur Shah Zafar, whose name was Hakim Ehsanullah Khan. He provided the entire information to the Britishers. Finally, Bahadur Shah was arrested and a trial was conducted against Bahadur Shah Zafar in his own home, that is Red Fort. And trial was conducted precisely on 4 charges. Like first of all, you have aided the mutiny. Second important charge is, like specifically, you have provided arms and ammunition to the soldiers. You have killed 52 European soldiers and you have assumed the leadership of the revolt of 1857. And after that, he, like Bahadur Shah Zafar, he had surrendered. And finally, he was taken to Allahabad. From Allahabad, he was taken to Burma. And at Burma, Bahadur Shah Zafar, okay, like he was imprisoned. And finally, at the age of 87, he died. So that was the role of Bahadur Shah Zafar in revolt of 1857. Another important character, Rani Lakshmi Bai. Correct? Now, let me give you a few examples. Rani Lakshmi Bai, if I speak about Rani Lakshmi Bai, precisely speaking, the original name of Rani Lakshmi Bai was Manikarnika and she was born at a place called as Varanasi. Moropant Tambeji was the name of her father and Bhagirathi Bai was the name of her mother. And when she was, during her childhood days, her mother, Bhagirathi Bai, she passed away and she was being raised up by her father. Her father was working as a noble or minister for the Maratha Peshwa at Kanpur. Okay. And so he took the young, what we say, Manikarnika to Kanpur. In fact, many of the historians do believe that Nana Sahib Peshwa and Tatya Tope, who had led the revolt of 1857 from Gwalior, were the childhood friends of Rani Lakshmi Bai. Now, right from her birth, like right from her childhood days itself, like Manikarnika, she was expert in horse riding, fencing, shooting, archery. In fact, Pawan, Badal and Sarangi were the names of the horses of Rani Lakshmi Bai or Manikarnika. Around the age of 15 or 16, Manikarnika, she was married to Maharaja of Jhansi, whose name was Gangadhar Rao. After some time, they were blessed with a son, and the name of the son was Damodar Rao. But destiny had written something different for them. So 3 months later, their son Damodar Rao passed away. And this completely shattered Rani Lakshmi Bai and her husband Maharaja Gangadhar Rao. So, after some time, Maharaja Gangadhar Rao adopted his cousin's son. And after adopting his cousin's son, he had renamed his cousin's son as Damodar Rao. After some time, Maharaja Gangadhar Rao also passed away. And at that time, Dalhousie was the Governor General. Dalhousie had come up with doctrine of lapse system. And as we had discussed, as per doctrine of lapse system, a ruler who does not have a legal male heir, his territories would be annexed by the Britishers. Correct? And Damodar Rao here was an adopted child. So what happened? Like there was a battle fought. Like at that time, Maharani Lakshmibai said, "मैं अपनी झांसी नहीं दूंगी. I won't surrender my Jhansi." Okay. So precisely speaking, as a part of revolt of 1857, there were active participation from many one. Like Nana Sahib Peshwa, he had led the revolt of 1857 from Kanpur. Like I'll tell you the case of Nana Sahib Peshwa. We have heard about Nana Sahib Peshwa, but have you heard about Maina Devi ji? She was daughter of Nana Sahib Peshwa. Like Nana Sahib Peshwa ji, after the revolt of 1857, like it is said that after the Sati Chaura Ghat massacre, he immediately goes to Bithur, Kanpur. And he asks his 12 to 13 years age daughter that let's move to the region of Nepal. But she said, no, it is my responsibility to stay in Bithur or Kanpur. Now, Britishers came searching for Nana Sahib Peshwa in Kanpur. And the people of Kanpur had already surrendered. But there was a general massacre that was created by the Britishers. Maina Devi ji, she was politely requesting the Britishers to stop the firing. In fact, Britishers were bombarding on the palace. And finally, she is entered into the palace because she knew the secret doors and she knew the secret roads which led into the palace. After some time, the noise of the bombarding stopped and she came out. And when she came out, immediately Britishers, they arrested her, and after arresting her, like General Outram, he asked her, "Do you know about the whereabouts of your father?" She said no. A small girl who was just 12 to 13 years of age, she was tied to a tree, she was beaten up initially, and later on she was openly burnt alive in front of everyone. So that was a contribution of Maina Devi ji in the revolt of 1857 from the region of specifically Kanpur, and which is hidden within the books of history. Another important contribution is of Uda Devi. Uda Devi, she has led the revolt of 1857 from Lucknow. Begum Hazrat Mahal, she has led the revolt of 1857 from Lucknow. Gangadeen Mehtar, who was a wrestler, also referred as Gangu wrestler. He had killed more than 200 European soldiers. And his name is again hidden within the books of history. And he was an active participant in the revolt of 1857. And many of them do criticize that revolt of 1857 was just confined to the northern part of India to an extent which is true. But yes, there was participation of Diwan Maniram Dutt Baruha from Assam in revolt of 1857, my friends. Okay, like I'll give you a very small example. Like, what did Britishers did in Brahmaputra Valley, or the European planters, what did they do in the Brahmaputra Valley? Now, initially they used to bring the bonded laborers from the other states, but due to unfavorable climatic condition, many of them died. So these European planters thought that why don't we start employing the local people as bonded labor? But the local people, they were economically prosperous. Why will they work as a bonded labor for you? So European planters suggested the British government that why don't you increase the land taxes on these people? And when the taxes would be increased on these people, what will happen? In that case, they won't be able to pay the taxes. Then you seize their land, and then these people would be forced to work as a bonded labor. Apart from this, there were taxes that were imposed on forest produce such as cane, wood, bamboo, betel nuts, betel leaves, and so on. So that completely infuriated whom? That completely infuriated the Diwan Maniram Dutt Baruha. So Diwan Maniram Dutt Baruha in the region of Assam sensitized the masses against the exploitative character of British rule. In fact, he had formed his own parallel army against the Britishers. And Lakshman Singh Deka, he was the commander-in-chief of the army of Diwan Maniram Dutt Baruha. Later on, Diwan Maniram Dutt Baruha and his brother Pyali Baruha, both of them were hanged to death at Jorhat jail in Assam. So there have been many contributions from different sections of the society as a part of revolt of 1857. Okay, friends. So As a part of today's session, we have covered different aspects such as arrival of European Education Commission, peasant movement, role of press, revolt of 1857, land revenue system, important Charter Act, important Governor Generals. In the coming sessions, I would be focusing on the activities of Indian National Congress, and that would hardly take 2 to 3 hours. So this was a session majorly from the perspective of beginners. Okay, so as I've told you previously itself, I have already covered ancient Indian history, medieval Indian history, and modern Indian history in quite depth and detail as a part of YouTube series. Okay, so you can go through the playlist and you will get the courses there. My friend, StudyIQ IS has come up with GS Foundation P2I batches for 2027 and 2028. Now, the preparation of civil services requires a mix of strategy, consistency, and mental discipline. And that is nothing but smart approach towards civil services preparation. So that is nothing but a smart model. So my friends, to ease the work of the aspirant, StudyIQ IS has come up with the batches completely based on smart model. Now, what is smart model all about? The classes, first of all, would be completely in structured format. Initially, the student would be taught the basics and then we'll move on to the advanced stage. Like for example, right now I've taught the basics. And then as a part of the paid classes, I would be teaching in the advanced manner what had happened in Government of India Act 1858, what were the major reasons for Government of India Act 1858, Anglo-Mysore War, what is the background of Anglo-Mysore War, Anglo-Sikh War, what is the background of Anglo-Sikh War. So the classes would be completely in structured format. Apart from this, there would be a mentor who would be guiding you throughout your journey for civil services preparation. It's not just about how to frame a proper timetable. But students face other problems as well. For example, how to write a structured essay, how to approach the answer writing. Then, revision forms a very crucial aspect of the SMART model, and I usually keep on advising the students, it is better to read one book 10 times rather than reading 10 books. As simple as that. Rather than going for multiplication of resources, go for consolidation of resources. Because in the end, suppose if you have read multiple 7 to 8 books for your modern Indian history, but you are not able to revise any of the book, what is the point in reading this 7 to 8 books? So go for consolidation of resources and maximum revision. Okay. So my friends, the batches are going to start on 27th of July. I repeat, the batches are going to start on 27th of July, that is day after tomorrow. And the prices for batches are starting at a very affordable range of 11,999. It's an evening batch and it's an English medium batch. All the subjects would be taught to you completely in English, and that will cater to the needs of the aspirants precisely from southern part of India and northeastern India. So use the code Alok Live that is flashing on your screen to get the benefits of these batches and to get maximum discount on these batches. I repeat the code Alok Live. So the sale is live, plus the batches are going to start on 27th of July. So grab up the opportunity, don't miss this opportunity. Okay, friends? So with this, I'll stop my words for the day. See you guys with the coming sessions. Thank you and have a very nice day. Bye-bye, everyone. Jai Hind.